to 1987. His funeral will take place on Thursday, the 30th of July, 2 p.m. at St Edmund's Church in Roundhay. Karen served on the council for 22 years, representing the Ardsley and Robin Hood ward. Through her time in office, she made a significant, enduring contribution to the community. She served with dedication on the West Yorkshire Fire Authority and was a passionate advocate for children and young people, championing their interests through both scrutiny work and her support of the youth service. Her sense of public duty always shone through, and she will be greatly missed. Please join me in standing for a minute's silence. Thank you very much. If you could all be seated. Now going to ask Councillor Farley to move the minutes of the meeting held on the 20th of May 2026.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I move that the minutes be approved.
And Councillor Stevenson to second.
And I second, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. I'd now like to call for a vote to approve the minutes. Those for? Those against? Any abstentions? I'd like to announce that that's carried. Thank you. I'd now like to ask any members to declare any interests. And now, are there any communications?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. No communications.
I'd like to now move on to the deputations.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. There are 4 deputations today in respect of, firstly, Save Our School Transport, second, Shop Mobility Scheme, third, Freehold Homeowners, and fourth, Leeds Residents for Inclusive Services.
I'd like to ask Councillor Farley to move for the deputation.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I move that the deputations be received.
Councillor Stevenson to second.
Second, Lord Mayor.
I'd like to now call for a vote on receiving the deputations. All those in favour? Any against? Any abstentions? That is carried. Good afternoon and welcome to today's full council meeting. Please make your speech to the council, which should be no longer than 5 minutes.
Okay. Lord Mayor and members of council, thank you for hearing our deputation today. My name is Emma Daniels and I'm speaking on behalf of Save Our School Transport and the many families across this city whose young people with special educational needs and disabilities rely on safe, appropriate transport to access their education. We stood here a year ago raising grave concerns about the revised post-16 transport policy. We warned that the policy was not workable for many young people with SEND, that it risked being applied unlawfully, and that it would create barriers to education for some of the most vulnerable learners in Leeds. A year on, I'm sorry to say that very little has changed. Despite repeated assurances, despite commitments made publicly at Scrutiny Board in February, and despite promises of working together, no meaningful co-production has taken place. No revised application form for the 2026 cycle was shared until the 29th of June 2026. No clear communication was issued to families or settings until late June. And many families still have no information about how their young person will get to school or college in September. We are now approaching the summer holidays. This leaves no time for appeals, no time to make alternative arrangements, and no time to prevent young people missing education at the start of term. This is exactly the situation we faced last year, and it is entirely avoidable. And this is not just about process, it is about outcomes. We have already seen this year's outcomes that mirror the most concerning patterns from last year. Blanket refusal based on distance, failure to consider EHCP information, failure to consider family circumstances, and decisions that simply do not meet the legal tests of reasonableness, safety, or affordability. And now, crucially, we have the findings of the Local Government and Social Care Ombudsman, published on the 15th of May 2026. The Ombudsman found Leeds City Council at fault in the way it applied the post-16 transport policy. The decision letter highlights failures that families have been raising for 18 months. Failure to identify a safe, reasonably practical and affordable way for the young person to attend their setting. Failure to consider the impact on the parent or carer, including the need to give up work. Failure to consider the availability and logistics of independent travel, including multiple infrequent buses. Failure to consider affordability, noting that the Council has reversed the legal test by expecting families to fund the shortfall. Failure to apply its own exceptional circumstances criteria correctly. Failure to record reasonably adequately. And evidence of blanket decision-making, which the Ombudsman explicitly warns councils must not do. The Ombudsman has required the Council to apologise, make a symbolic payment, retake the decision from scratch, and review whether decision-makers require further training. This is not a minor technicality. It is a formal finding that the Council's approach has been legally flawed. Lord Mayor, members of Council, we are not dealing with isolated errors. We are dealing with a systematic pattern. A pattern of decisions overturned at appeal, a pattern of families forced into lengthy adversarial processes, a pattern of young people being denied access to their education, a pattern of commitments made publicly but not delivered, and now a pattern confirmed by the Ombudsman. We are asking for something very simple, very reasonable, and very necessary. We ask that the post-16 transport policy be referred back to the Executive Board for full review. And in the meantime, the previous policy is reinstated to ensure that young people can access their education safely and lawfully in September. This is not about resisting change. It is about ensuring that change is lawful, workable, and does not disproportionately disadvantage disabled young people and their families. Leeds is a city that prides itself on being inclusive, compassionate, and child-friendly. Your equality, diversity and inclusion vision states, the barriers that limit what people can do will be removed and everyone will be enabled to be at their best. Right now, this policy is creating barriers. It is limiting what young people can do. And it is placing unreasonable, unsustainable burdens on families who are already stretched to breaking point. We are asking you to act urgently, decisively and in line with the values this city stands for. Please refer this policy back to Executive Board. Please reinstate the previous policy while a full review takes place. And please work with us genuinely, transparently and co-productively to build a transport system that is fair, lawful and fit for purpose. Thank you.
Councillor Farley.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I move in terms of the notice.
Councillor Stevenson.
And I second, Lord Mayor.
Now call for a vote to refer the deputation. Those for? Those against? Any abstentions? So that's carried. Thank you for coming today to the meeting. Officers from the relevant department will be in contact with you in due course. And good afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Good afternoon, and thank you for coming to today's council meeting. Please make your speech to the council, which should be no longer than 5 minutes.
Hello, my Lord Mayor, Chair and Councillors. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is David Blythe, CEO of the charity The William Merritt Centre, with my colleagues John Spencer, Trustee, and Guy Moxon, Service User. We are here today to highlight the vital role we play in supporting disabled people of all ages across Leeds and propose the return of a shop mobility scheme in Leeds city centre. For over 40 years, the centre has provided specialist advice and assessments to help people live safely, independently and with dignity in their own homes, workplaces and communities for longer. The centre provides clinical assessments led by occupational therapists, supporting people to access the right equipment for daily living, reducing falls, improving safety and maintaining independence. This work aligns directly with both Best City Ambition and the Leeds Health and Wellbeing Strategy, particularly focusing on supporting people to live independently for longer, prevention and early intervention, reducing health inequalities and avoidable demand on services. As a Dry Mobility accredited service, we also support people to remain mobile, access employment and stay connected to their communities. This aligns with the Health and Wellbeing Strategy priorities, including reduce social isolation and loneliness, enable people to stay active and engaged, and recognising independence as a core part of well-being. Historically, Shop Mobility Leeds was delivered through Leeds City Council funding. However, funding ceased in 2024, and Leeds currently has no council-supported shop mobility scheme. The William Merritt Centre continues to receive regular requests from Leeds residents and feedback from visitors, many of whom are surprised that a major city such as Leeds does not provide a shop mobility service. For many disabled and older people, reaching Leeds city centre is only part of the journey. The final mile, the distance between arriving and being able to move around shops, markets and cultural venues, is often the greatest barrier. Mobility scooters and wheelchairs provide that final mile of independent travel, enabling people to stay longer, visit more places and remain independent. One of our service users, Guy, who is here today, is unable to get to the shops in the city centre due to his long-term condition. He can get to the centre using public transport, but once there, the distance between shops, rest points and facilities make it too painful and unsafe. With access to mobility scooter, Guy is able to return to shop independently, meet friends again in the city centre, reducing his isolation, and spend several hours in Leeds rather than cutting his visit short. In his words, it doesn't just give me mobility, it gives me my confidence and independence back. That is the difference the final mile makes, not just in access, but in health, well-being and quality of life. There is also a strong economic case. The purple pound, the spending power of disabled people and their families, is worth at least 274 billion annually in the UK. Applied proportionately, this suggests over 3 to 4 billion each year. But this economic activity depends on access. Without shop mobility, that spending is lost or diverted elsewhere. Shop Mobility is therefore not just a mobility service, it is an enabler of economic growth, supporting footfall, dwell time and local spending. This aligns directly with Leeds City Council's commitment to inclusive growth, ensuring that economic success is shared by all residents and communities. We propose that Leeds City Council consider the free use of empty council-owned units within Kirkgate Market as a base for the Shop Mobility scheme. This approach makes effective use of existing unused council assets, places accessibility at the heart of a key civic and commercial space, supports football and city regeneration, and provides a cost-effective and deliverable solution. When considered against reducing isolation and improved well-being, prevention of escalating health and care needs, increased city centre footfall and spend, and strong alignment with council strategies, this represents a low-cost, high-impact intervention delivering both health and economic benefits. We respectfully request Leeds City Council to consider the reintroduction of Shop Mobility in Leeds, explore partnership support and delivery with the third sector, and consider Kirkgate Market as a practical and visible location. This proposal directly supports the Leeds Health and Wellbeing Strategy, the Best City Ambition, age-friendly Leeds, and inclusive economic growth. We believe the reinstatement of Shop Mobility would represent a proportionate investment with clear social and economic returns and help to deliver on Leeds' ambition to be a healthy, inclusive and compassionate city for all. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Councillor Farley.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I move in terms of the notice.
Councillor Stevenson.
And I second, Lord Mayor.
Now call for a vote to refer the deputation. Those for? Those against? Any abstentions? That is carried. I'd like to thank you for coming to today's meeting. Officers from the relevant departments will be in contact with you in due course, and good afternoon.
Thank you.
Good afternoon and welcome to today's meeting. Please make your speech to the Council, which should be no longer than 5 minutes.
Chair, members of Council, thank you for allowing me to speak today. My name is Richard Hartley and I'm a resident of the Middleton Park development in Leeds. I'm here today not simply to discuss my own estate, but to highlight a growing issue affecting freehold homeowners across Leeds and increasingly across the country. When most people buy a freehold home, they reasonably expect that public-facing infrastructure, such as open spaces, landscaping and other communal areas, will ultimately be maintained through transparent and accountable public arrangements, funded through the taxes that residents already pay. However, a growing number of freehold homeowners are now required to pay permanent private estate charges to management companies for the upkeep of publicly accessible green spaces and infrastructure. At Middleton Park, the financial reality of this model is clear. Evidence from our estate accounts show that approximately 40% of the total charges paid by residents are absorbed by management fees alone. These charges do not fund private leisure facilities or luxury amenities. They primarily relate to ordinary public-facing green spaces and landscaping that form part of the wider public realm. The most recent estate charge demand has only reinforced residents' concerns that these arrangements are ongoing, escalating and difficult to challenge. While residents can pursue complaints through existing redress routes, these routes are limited and do not resolve the underlying question of why freehold homeowners are permanently funding publicly accessible open space through private charges. When challenged, developers often justify this model by suggesting that local authorities are unwilling to adopt such land. However, a recent written submission from the developer of our estate confirmed that Leeds City Council was never formally approached regarding adoption of the land. That distinction is important. For years, residents were left with the impression that private management was effectively unavoidable because adoption was not an option. Yet the evidence now suggests that no formal adoption approach was even made. Furthermore, a recent Freedom of Information response confirmed that Leeds City Council currently holds £32,922.71 in Section 106 mitigation funding linked to green space and access works associated with our development. Residents are therefore finding it increasingly difficult to reconcile rising private estate charges for publicly accessible open spaces while associated mitigation funding remains unspent and some agreed works remain incomplete. I want to be clear. This is not an attack on Leeds City Council. In fact, responses received from the Council have actually been encouraging. Freedom of Information responses indicate that adoption can be considered where appropriate standards are met and suitable arrangements are in place. Council officers have also indicated a willingness to discuss adoption pathways where relevant. The challenge for residents is understanding what those pathways would look like in practice, what standards would be required, what works would need to be completed, what role should developers play, and how can existing privately managed estates engage constructively with the council where adoption remains a viable option. Middleton Park is simply one example. Similar arrangements now exist on developments across Leeds, meaning this issue is likely to become increasingly significant in the years ahead. I therefore ask the Council to consider 3 simple points. First, that Leeds undertakes a formal review into the impact of privately managed freehold estates on residents, communities and the city's long-term infrastructure responsibilities. Second, that clear and transparent adoption pathways are established and publicly communicated so that residents, developers and councillors understand what options exist where adoption may be appropriate. Third, that future planning and infrastructure decisions continue to prioritise long-term public accountability for ordinary public-facing infrastructure and open space. This is not simply a Middleton Park issue. It's a question about how we want future neighbourhoods in Leeds to be managed, funded and governed. Leeds has an opportunity to take a constructive leadership role on an issue that is increasingly affecting homeowners across the city and the country. Thank you for your time.
Councillor Farley.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Move in terms of the notice.
Councillor Stevenson.
And now happy to second, Lord Mayor.
I'll call on the vote to refer the deputation. Those for? Those against? Any abstentions? That is carried. So thank you for coming to today's meeting. Officers from the relevant department will be in contact with you in due course. And thank you. Good afternoon.
Thank you all.
Good afternoon and welcome to today's council meeting. Please make your speech to the council, which should be no longer than 5 minutes.
Lord Mayors, fellow councillors, thank you for hearing our deputation. My name is Jamie Fletcher. I'm a trans woman, I'm a resident of Leeds, and I'm the Associate Artistic Director at Leeds Playhouse. I previously supported trans communities in Yorkshire through my work with MESMAC. I'm joined today by Verity Smith, a disabled trans man and sports inclusion specialist, and Katie Russell, the CEO of Support After Rape and Sexual Violence Leeds. Together, we are part of a wider group of Leeds residents who have concerns about the EHRC code. However, the purpose of this deputation is not to debate national policy, but to focus on how any resulting changes are implemented locally. We recognise that the Council must work within the law. We are simply asking that implementation is lawful, proportionate and evidence-based, and that the Council, where the Council has choices, those choices are exercised in ways that minimise unnecessary harm. Leeds is my home. I work here. I contribute to the cultural life of the city. I use local services and facilities, and I've built my life here. For me and other trans people in Leeds, the EHRC code is not an abstract policy debate. It matters to us personally. Many trans people are fearful. Will we still feel welcome at our local leisure centre? Will we still be able to attend our regular support group? Will we be challenged when accessing services that we've been using regularly for years? These concerns are about our ability to work, socialise and live in Leeds. That's why careful implementation matters. The government's own equality impact assessment identifies significant risks if implementation of the EHRC code is not handled carefully. These include double exclusion. This is where a trans person may be excluded from facilities associated both with their gender and their sex at birth because of their appearance. For trans men like Verity, this could mean having no changing rooms or bathroom facility. Or for trans women like me, it could create barriers to essential crisis support services. The assessment also raised concerns about women being challenged based on their appearance and gender non-conforming people being directed towards already limited facilities for disabled people. The question facing Leeds is not whether it follows the law, it is how that law is implemented in practice. Trans people are protected under the 2010 Equality Act through the protected characteristic of gender reassignment. Public authorities also have obligations under the Public Sector Equality Duty and the Human Rights Act. To ensure legal compliance, good governance, and continued access to service, we ask that changes are no broader than legally required, and that decisions are made proportionately and on a case-by-case basis, taking into consideration safeguarding dignity, operational practicality, and the rights and well-being of the affected groups. We're asking the Council to commit to 3 principles. 1, implement the EHRC code lawfully, proportionately, and on the basis of evidence while monitoring unintended consequences. 2, carry out equality impact assessments and consult affected communities before significant service changes. 3, provide clear guidance, training and communications for council services and commissioned providers, including public-facing communications and signage. We also ask that the Council's response is made publicly available and that implementation decisions are visible and subject to scrutiny. Leeds is our home. We are simply asking the Council to implement the law carefully, proportionately, and with compassion, so that everyone can continue to belong and participate and live in safety and dignity in our city. Thank you.
Councillor Farley.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I move in terms of the notice.
Councillor Stevenson.
And I second, Lord Mayor.
Members have asked for a recorded vote following the deputation. Let me just reach for my notes, 2 seconds. Members should refer to their desk unit and press the green button marked yes plus to vote in favour, the red button marked no minus to vote against, and the yellow button marked abstain 0 to abstain.
So I'd like to call for the vote to refer the deputation. So we're just waiting on 3 members that are yet to vote, if you want to. Okay, thank you. So yes, 83, abstain 9, no 0, total of 92 members voted, so that has carried. Thank you. So thank you for coming to today's meeting. Officers from the relevant departments will be in contact with you in due course, and good afternoon.
Thank you.
We'll now move on to the question time for a period of 1 hour. Councillor Manaka.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Please can the executive member update on how children and young people with special educational needs and disabilities are being supported to travel independently?
Councillor Hayden.
Thank you, Lord Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Manaka, for the question. In Leeds, we want children and young people with SEND to have the same opportunities as their peers to develop confidence, independence and the skills they need for adulthood. Independent travel training is a key part of that offer. Personalised programmes help young people develop the practical skills, confidence and experience needed to use public transport safely. This can include journey planning, understanding timetables, using money, recognising landmarks, communicating with transport staff and staying safe whilst travelling. Dedicated travel buddies provide support throughout the process, gradually reducing support as confidence grows. Parents, carers and education providers are involved throughout, with home visits, practical assessments and ongoing communication helping to ensure support is tailored to the young person's individual needs. Young people typically begin developing skills for future independent travel from around age 14, with work also taking place in specialist settings and silks to build confidence earlier. Independent travel training is not appropriate for all children and young people. The team works closely with young people and their families to identify the support that best meets their needs, promoting independence wherever possible, while ensuring appropriate arrangements are in place to enable children and young people to access education safely and reliably. Since the programme began in 2010, more than 2,000 young people have completed independent travel training. Following its relaunch in November 2023, around 60 to 70 young people have successfully completed the programme each academic year. Travel independence helps young people build confidence, life skills and access future education, employment and community opportunities. I'd like to thank the whole team, the award-winning team, who go to other local authorities and actually train other local authorities in delivering independent travel training. They are incredible, and I know from first-hand accounts just what building that confidence from one young person who went through the independent travel training, then became a travel buddy and called the experience life-changing. So I'd just like to have a huge thank you to everyone and all the education settings, parents and carers who enable their young people with SEND to live an independent future.
Thank you. Any supplementary question?
Yes, Lord Mayor, if I may. Are there opportunities to further develop independent travel for children, and are there any opportunities, to further develop independent travel support for children and young people with special educational needs?
Thank you. Yes, there are. So building on our established independent travel training programme, we are continuing to develop opportunities to help children and young people with SEND gain confidence and independence at an earlier stage. So working with the SILTs, our special schools and other specialist settings, travel independence activities are being expanded for younger pupils, including those in Year 8 and Year 9. This enables confidence, resilience, road safety awareness and practical travel skills to be developed over a longer period before young people reach the stage of formal independent travel training. We have strengthened our partnership approach with specialist settings by funding staff within SILTs to act as travel buddies. As trusted adults who already know the children and young people well, they are able to provide personalised support that helps build confidence and develop independent travel skills in a familiar and supportive environment. Through this work, travel independence is increasingly being embedded within learning and preparation for adulthood, helping to ensure that the skills, confidence and readiness needed for greater independence are developed throughout a young person's educational journey. This supports that more children and young people with SEND to access education, employment and community opportunities as independently as possible, while ensuring that support remains tailored to individual needs and circumstances. Children and young people tell us that they want to feel safe, but they want to be like their peers. They want to be independent as possible. Going back to the young person that I spoke of earlier that became a travel buddy, they are now working in a school for those with neurodivergent needs as a teaching assistant. So I, for one, am incredibly proud, and that young person's journey to more and greater employment opportunities began when his life changed with the independent travel training. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Lamb.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Can the Leader of Council confirm the number of days lost to sickness absence for the senior leadership team within children and families from the 1st of January 2025 to date, and also the aggregated total cost of settlements for the cohort referenced above over the same period?
Councillor Lewis.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Thank you, Councillor Lamb. The number of working days lost due to sickness for the period 1st of January 2025 to date is 286. In terms of the second part, information has previously been provided to you under your right to know. As this is a public forum, the additional information requested cannot be shared for reasons of confidentiality.
Any supplementary question?
Yes, Lord Mayor, I've received no such advice that information can't be shared. So unless someone's going to tell me otherwise, then that figure is £400,000. So that's 286 days lost, £400,000 in payouts, glowing references for the three senior officers concerned. We now have an Ofsted report that tells us of widespread systemic failure in children's services. So, given all of that, can the Leader of Council answer this question? For the people of Leeds, where is the accountability?
Thank you, Lord Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Lamb, for that question. I mean, the accountability for the administration of the council lies with myself and Executive Board.
Councillor Hills.
Thank you. On the basis of both testimony from trans residents in my ward and on my own experience as a trans woman living in this city, it's clear that the trans community is extremely concerned about how the EHRC's Code of Practice is being interpreted as an exclusionary document that prevents trans people's inclusion in gendered service provision. In light of the forthcoming implementation of the EHRC Code of Practice, can the Executive Member for Equalities confirm that Leeds City Council will implement the code alongside its continuing obligations under the Equality Act 2010, the Public Sector Equality Duty and the Human Rights Act, and will seek to do so in a way that is proportionate and inclusive for all Leeds residents, allowing services that want to remain trans-inclusive to remain so?
Councillor Flynn.
Thank you. Leeds City Council have been working to consider our response to the Supreme Court ruling for over a year now, and we are very mindful of the impact on trans people in our city, especially given the extended period of time it's taken for an updated EHRC Code of Practice to be laid before Parliament and the imminent commencement. While people may feel that the ruling from the court was clear, the implications of it have not been straightforward, especially for a large and diverse organisation such as the Council, which provides frontline services to meet the needs of over 840,000 people. The Council is working on a set of principles against which it is addressing the challenges of implementing the ruling. We will act lawfully and proportionately and in line with statutory guidance, while recognising that the draft code is not yet in force. Take action with compassion and protect dignity, safety and rights for all residents, service users and staff. We will ensure we have a consistent approach across all service delivery and employment and that these remain available for everyone. We will use our due regard process, including assessing decisions for proportionality. We will prioritise proportionality work in high-impact services where it's identified that sex-based provision may be appropriate. And we will provide clear, careful and consistent communications for elected members, staff, partners and communities. We've heard in the deputation that was powerfully delivered the challenges that the trans community face, and in Leeds and in the Council we want to continue to strive for Leeds to be an inclusive city for everyone.
Any supplementary question?
Thank you so much. And given that commitment, will the Council also ensure that any guidance, training, communications developed for Council services and Commission providers, as we've heard in the deputation today, will explicitly consider the risk of unintended exclusion for trans residents and the need to maintain access to gendered services where possible within the law for trans people?
That's a really good point, thank you. We've been in consultation with trans communities and with women's communities and services affected, and it's really important that the training and guidance given is inclusive and as I've said, the people may say that this guidance is clear but the implementation is complex, and I'm sure different things will come up and challenges, and we have the equality law and we have public sector equality duty, and we will absolutely work hard to try and make sure that all services in the Council remain inclusive and that everybody can access what they need.
Councillor White.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Can the member for housing please confirm how many social housing households in Leeds have a non-UK national as a lead tenant, and how many new lettings in the past 12 months have been made to non-UK nationals from both the Council and social housing providers? Thank you.
Councillor Khan.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Thank you, Councillor White, for your question. We don't hold the nationality information for our full tenant population, and so cannot provide the information requested or the percentage of the Council's tenants who are a non-UK national. However, based on the core logs which are completed for a new let, 15% of the new Council tenancies shared started in 25-26 were made to someone who identified as a non-UK national. This relates to Leeds City Council-owned homes only. We are unable to provide the information for other social housing landlords in the city. Thank you.
Any supplementary?
Yes, Lord Mayor. Does the member agree that housing should be prioritised to British citizens, veterans long-term local residents, domestic abuse survivors and care leavers rather first than non-UK citizens. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor White, for your supplementary question. I'm proud to live in Leeds, and Leeds is a compassionate city, it's a welcoming city, it's a city of sanctuary, it's multicultural, multi-diversity. It's a great city to live, study and work, and we are proud to be representing the city of Leeds. Thank you.
Councillor Galton. Councillor Galton.
Oh. Thank you, Lord Mayor. Apologies for the delayed response. Can the Executive Board member responsible for food hygiene explain why it took intervention from the Food Standards Agency before this administration took action to recruit enough staff to adequately cover its legal duty to inspect businesses supplying food to the public of Leeds?
Councillor Gibson.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Leeds has around 8,000 registered food businesses, which is the third highest number in the country. It's an incredibly demanded service that do an incredible job under enormous pressure. Around 1,000 new businesses register a year, of which require inspection, which creates a significant resource pressure on this service. Due to the size and complexity of the food sector in Leeds, the Council operates a risk-based inspection programme. Throughout this period, we have continued to prioritise inspections of higher and medium risk food premises, which are inspected regularly, investigating complaints from the public and also responding rapidly to food safety incidents. Like many councils across the country, Leeds has faced challenges arising from inspection programmes being suspended during the COVID pandemic, increased service demand and national shortage of suitably qualified officers. As a result, there is a backlog of overdue inspections of lower risk premises rather than businesses that present a greater risk to public health. The suggestion that this administration only acted following intervention from the Food Standards Agency is simply not correct. Council officers worked closely with the FSA on a regular basis and have worked with them to develop an agreed recovery plan to address the backlog and ensure that the service remains sustainable in the long term. We've always prioritised higher and medium risk premises. Discussions with the FSA made clear that additional capacity would be required to accelerate inspections of lower risk businesses to meet future expectations. As a result, the Council approved the recruitment of additional officers, including apprentices, to strengthen the service and an increase of inspection activity. Funding for those additional resources was approved by full Council as part of its budget process. Most importantly, there is no evidence that food hygiene standards in Leeds is causing a public health problem. The Food Standards Agency has acknowledged that Leeds is performing well overall. Food poisoning rates compare favourably with other core cities, and the agency has accepted the Council's improvement plan. High and medium risk premises continue to be inspected regularly, complaints are investigated promptly, and the recruitment of additional officers will help address the remaining backlog and ensure that the Council continues to meet its statutory duties in relation to food safety.
Any supplementary question?
Yes, thank you, Lord Mayor. I hope Councillor Gibson will understand that the people of Leeds might be somewhat concerned to understand that only 3,000 premises out of 8,000 get inspected per year, and therefore that produces a backlog year on year, which means that they might have less confidence in the food establishments that they use in their communities. Therefore, would you not agree with me that when such intervention from a national agency happens with a service, that the scrutiny board, which is associated with that part of the council, should be informed? Because, Lord Mayor, this was not actually informed to anybody, either at exec board or scrutiny board level, so that the wider membership of this council could be aware of a significant national agency intervention with the council, which resulted, apparently by coincidence, with this council committing to spend £500,000 more to almost double its team of operatives. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
I'm not sure that was a question. I think it was actually a statement, Stuart, which is fine, but you're meant to be asking me a question. The FSA actually acknowledged that we're doing a good job. Essentially what has happened here is that there's been a change of approach by the FSA. They've said that we need to stop focusing solely on high and medium risk premises and actually have more regular inspection of lower risk premises. So these are things like TK Maxx, the clothes stores that sell a little bit of food, and we need to inspect those more regularly. And we've agreed to do that, and we've been working with the FSA since 2023 on a programme of how we're going to do that to meet their new requests and change of approach. And it's as simple as that. But I'll look into some of the other things that you said in your statement. Thank you.
Can I just remind councillors to be as near to the microphones as they can be, so we can pick them up. Can I ask Councillor Dobson?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Based on the fact that Bradford and Leeds form a closely connected urban area with significant movement of people, shared transport links, overlapping social, employment and criminal networks, would the relevant executive member agree with me that the long overdue and very welcome independent inquiry into grooming gang activity in Bradford should be extended in geographic scope to cover Leeds?
Councillor Harland.
Thank you, Lord Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Dobson, for the question. I know that you've already raised this issue with officers, and my response is consistent with the advice that they've already provided. The inquiry team will determine which other areas may be considered as its work progresses. Any relevant links, findings or learning arising from Bradford or Keighley will be considered through our established community safety partnership arrangements and our children and families links with neighbouring authorities. Thank you.
Any supplementary?
Yes, just briefly. Thank you, Lord Mayor, and thank you for that answer, Councillor Harland. I have had a commitment from Safer Leeds saying that if issues were flagged up, that issues in this city, then they will be considered. But just to go one stage further, because of the seriousness of this, could I have a commitment from the Executive Board member that all relevant information that impacts on Leeds doesn't only go to the relevant partnerships, it goes to all opposition leaders for consideration? Thank you.
Yes, happy to do that, Mark.
Councillor Grayson.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. In an attempt to assist the Council with speeding things forward and to save my ever hoarser voice this afternoon, I wonder if it would be appropriate if the question which is tabled in the order paper today is used rather than me reading it. And I should also declare an interest and probably warn James that I am on the Morley Towndale board as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Lewis.
Thank you, Lord Mayor, and I'll take my lead from Councillor Grayson and not read out every project listed in his question about the Morley Towndale board. But a couple of things just in response. I think, first of all, we've been really proud to work with residents in Morley, businesses in Morley, everybody on the Morley Towndale board since the funding was allocated in 2021 for the Towndale, and really make sure that the projects that are delivered reflect the aspirations of the town and make sure the money is really spent well in Morley on what people in Morley want. That's what the money was allocated for. We really want to make sure we can improve Morley. And I'll just finish off by thanking everybody that's been involved in the Morley Towndale board, the community volunteers, people in Morley who've taken part in the consultation, businesses and our own services here at the council that have worked to deliver a successful project.
Any supplementary question?
No, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Dixon.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Will the council consider arranging a meeting with residents in Middleton to discuss the potential adoption of small parcels of land in order to prevent residents from incurring uncontrolled leasehold charges?
Councillor Lewis.
Thank you, Councillor Dixon. I was able to meet the deputation from your ward before this meeting to discuss their particular issues. Myself, Councillor Harlan, Councillor Miller regularly meet residents in our ward affected by the leasehold arrangements. It's really complicated for every individual site. We'll certainly be giving a full response to the deputation. A couple of things I would say in general about it is, first of all, reforms that came in 2025 to help strengthen the protection for homeowners on private estates, including standardised information, greater rights to challenge failed management companies, and move to reduce reliance on estate management arrangements altogether. I would also say, and again this is a general comment, lots of different estates have lots of different arrangements, that the council would have to really carefully consider the implications of adopting private land, understanding financial liabilities and associated risks to public funding. But like I say, I really do know how frustrated residents feel about unclear, increasing, disproportionate resident estate management fees, and really want to work with people to try and improve the situation.
Any supplementary question?
Yeah, thank you, Lama. So going forward, would the council lobby government to end fleasehold practices and see what can be put in place to restrict future fleasehold developments in the city at planning stage?
I mean, like I said, Councillor Dixon, there are, each of these individual arrangements has its own unique characteristics and legal arrangements between management companies and householders. But I did set out in my first answer, I won't repeat it again, some of the steps that government's taking will continue. Like I say, it's certainly a big concern for your residents, for residents in our ward, and we'll continue to lobby government around any changes that are needed.
Councillor Dowson.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Can the executive member provide an update on recent developments within council parks, particularly in Temple Newsam?
Councillor Gibson.
Thank you, Councillor Dowson. I'd be delighted to. Just last month, I was delighted again, actually, to attend the opening of a new Learn to Ride bike park at Temple Newsam. And if nobody's gone, I really do suggest that you go there. It really is wonderful. This is the first facility of its kind in Leeds and has been designed to help children develop cycling skills and confidence in a safe, enjoyable environment. The bike park includes real-life road features such as traffic lights, level crossings and road markings, allowing young people to learn road awareness in a fun and engaging way. The Learn to Ride bike park forms part of the new golf and activity park, helping to broaden the offer at Temple Newsam and create a destination that appeals to even more families and visitors from across the city. Alongside this, a brand new adventure playground and cafe have been created, helping to transform this part of the estate into a high-quality family attraction. The new facilities have been designed to cater for children of different ages and abilities, ensuring that more families can enjoy the site together. Importantly, these improvements have not come at the expense of the estate's natural environment. New wildflower meadows, tree planting and landscaping have been incorporated into the project, helping to support biodiversity while creating an even more attractive setting for visitors. Together, these new facilities build on the already strong offer for Temple Newsam. The indoor play barn, which opened last year and continues to thrive and has seen visitors' numbers double. Temple Newsam remains one of Leeds' most important visitor attractions, and these investments will help ensure it continues to evolve and attract people of all ages for years to come.
Any supplement?
Yeah, that was really interesting. We have some great parks in Leeds. I hope we'd all agree on that. Just wondering if you could tell us what developments there are going to be, perhaps at Lotherton Hall?
Dowson, yes, I'd also be very delighted to answer that question. Lotherton continues to go from strength to strength as one of the Leeds' premier visitor attractions. Earlier this year, Wildlife World received accreditation from the British and Irish Association of Zoos and Aquariums, recognising the site's high standard in animal welfare, conservation, education and research. The accreditation places Wildlife World amongst the leading zoos in the country and reflects the dedication and professionalism of the staff who work there every day. The site has also received wider recognition through TripAdvisor's Traveller's Choice Awards 2026, placing it within the top 10% of attractions worldwide based on visitor reviews. Alongside these achievements, I know, right? I was impressed. I read that. Alongside these achievements, we'll continue to invest in the future of the estate. Significant investments is being made in new adventure playgrounds due to open this year, which provide more adventurous and inclusive play opportunities for families visiting the site. There's also an important heritage work underway, including the restoration of the historic walled garden. This project is helping to preserve an important part of Lotherton's history while bringing the gardens back to their former glory and future generations to enjoy. Importantly, Lotherton continues to play a significant educational role with thousands of children taking part in learning activities focused on wildlife, nature and climate awareness. Thank you.
Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Can I welcome the executive member to his new post? And now he's got his feet under the table, can he tell me how much the council spent defending the planning appeal regarding the application for a battery energy storage system in Ledston?
Councillor Carlisle.
Thank you for the question. The identifiable external costs incurred by the council in defending and responding to the planning appeal were £6,267. This comprised £2,700 including VAT for council's opinion, £3,000 for specialist fire safety consultant advice, and £567 for additional Section 106 title verification work required in connection with the appeal. This figure excludes internal Leeds City Council officer time, which was not separately recorded. The external costs were kept to a minimum because the council officers dealt with the appeal hearing directly rather than instructing council and specialist consultants to appear at the hearing.
Any supplementary?
Yes, thank you, Lord Mayor. I take his point around internal cost. I suspect that would have been the significant aspect of it. So could he make an estimate of that, please, and share it with council perhaps at a later date? But for now, could he also commit to publish any emails, minutes, diary appointments or WhatsApp messages between the leader of council and the planning department on this matter, because there was much speculation amongst members why the council defended this application in the leader's ward and refused to do so in other wards of the city.
Thank you. I'll ask officers to make an estimate, as you say. I can't give any promises on that. As I say, none of the time was separately recorded, but we'll ask officers to go back through their records and see what they've got. I will be clear, no two schemes are the same. In deciding whether to contest an appeal, officers take many things into consideration before coming to a decision. If officers believe there is a case to argue against an appeal, I believe it's entirely right that we use resource in that case to do so. There is another case, as Councillor Harrington was down for the question, in Wetherby Ward, where in fact similar costs were expended before. Unfortunately, in that case, officers decided it would not be appropriate to continue to contest that further. This is a detailed process. I'm very happy to arrange for further details and a further discussion after the meeting.
Councillor Jones.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Can the executive member update the council on the plans for this year's Compassionate City Awards?
Councillor Harlan.
Thank you, Councillor Jones, and it is my absolute pleasure to update Council on the Compassionate City Awards for 2026. For those of you who are new to Council that don't know, the Compassionate City Awards were created to recognise and celebrate the people, community groups and organisations that make a positive difference to the lives of others across Leeds. They shine a spotlight on those whose kindness, commitment and dedication help to make our city a more caring, inclusive and compassionate place. Many do so quietly and without seeking recognition. These awards provide an opportunity to acknowledge those efforts and to thank the individuals and organisations whose actions have had a meaningful impact on the lives of people living within Leeds. The awards focus on achievements from the last 12 months and celebrate the many different ways that compassion can be demonstrated, whether through volunteering, supporting vulnerable people, bringing communities together, improving well-being, or simply being there when help is needed most. We're incredibly proud that these awards continue to grow in stature and that our sponsors have once again chosen to support them. Their generosity means that this prestigious event can take place at no cost to the Council, demonstrating a shared commitment to celebrating those who make a real difference in our city. I'm delighted that Jean and Gordon Ledbetter once again will decide the recipient of the Joe Cox Award, which was introduced when the awards first started, which was sadly just after Jo lost her life. They have supported the Compassionate City Awards since this category was introduced and remain dedicated to being involved in the awards. We're extremely grateful for their continued support and the care they bring to selecting this special award. Thank you.
Any supplementary question?
Yes, please. Is there anything that members can do to help ensure this year's event is a big success as it has been in previous years?
Sorry, yeah.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Jones. Yeah, the awards continue to go from strength to strength, with nomination numbers increasing year on year. This success is due in no small part to the hard work of our communities teams, who help spread the word across the city to encourage nominations, and our communications team, who do an excellent job in promoting the awards. Nominations for this year's awards are currently open until Friday the 25th of September. There are 9 award categories that celebrate the many ways people contribute to making Leeds a more caring and inclusive city. The winners will be announced at the 2026 awards ceremony on Wednesday the 25th of November, when we will come together to celebrate the remarkable achievements of those who have been nominated. All members are encouraged to submit nominations for an individual group or organisation within their ward. As community leaders, you are uniquely placed to identify people who are making a real difference to the lives of others within your wards. Thank you.
Councillor Wilson.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Can the executive member update on progress towards achieving our Vision Zero transport ambition, please?
Councillor Carlill.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson. Since adopting our Vision Zero strategy in 2022, we've seen the number of people killed and seriously injured on Leeds roads fall by 17%, with the first half of 2026 showing further encouraging progress. Leeds is bucking the national trend and achieving greater reductions than many other areas. But while progress is welcome, one death or serious injury is one too many. That's why we continue to invest in safer roads, expand speed enforcement, improve crossings, work with schools and communities, and deliver behaviour change campaigns across the city. Average speed cameras are already helping to cut collisions on key routes, and thousands of residents, businesses and young people are now engaged in our Vision Zero programme. Achieving Vision Zero will take all of us working together, but we remain absolutely committed to our ambition of eliminating deaths and serious injuries on Leeds roads by 2040.
Any supplementary?
Yes, thank you, Lord Mayor. It was a terrific and comprehensive answer, but it does leave me with one supplementary question. How can we as ward members get involved and support this work?
Councillor Carlow.
Thank you for that. The most important thing members can do is help us make Vision Zero a citywide movement. We know that achieving our ambition of eliminating road deaths and serious injuries can only be achieved through collective action. Members can sign the Vision Zero pledge, promote road safety messages in their communities, work with local schools and residents, and raise concerns through the Community Concern Speed Enforcement process. I recently joined 13 organisations from the Leeds Anchors Network who agreed to join us in working towards Vision Zero, demonstrating how businesses, public bodies and community leaders can all play their part. I hope members have also been able to visit the Vision Zero stall in the Civic Hall antechamber today, where officers, West Yorkshire Police and the Safety Camera Partnership have been available to discuss how councillors can get involved and support the campaign in their wards.
Councillor Rogan.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Can the executive member provide an update on the current bulky waste collection service, specifically on the number of slots available to residents, how this compares with demand across areas of the city, and what steps are being taken to increase capacity where residents are experiencing delays?
Councillor Gibson.
Leeds continues to be one of the few councils that offers free bulky waste collections service to all residents. Last year alone, we completed more than 19,000 collections, helping people dispose of large items responsibly and conveniently. Recognising the growing demand for the service, we've already increased collection capacity from 47 to 75 slots per year, supported by additional investment from the council, and we're now working towards increasing that further to 100 collections a day. But bulky waste collections are not the only part of the picture. We'll continue to invest in 8 household waste and recycling centres, supporting reuse organisations across the city, and working with accredited waste carriers to make it easy as possible for residents to dispose of unwanted items responsibly. Alongside that, our Cleaner Neighbourhoods team continues to take a proactive approach to tackling fly tipping and environmental crime, ensuring that we not only provide convenient disposal options for residents, but also take action against those who blight our communities. This joined-up approach is helping us keep Leeds clean, green and well cared for. Ultimately, this is a service we're invested in because we know residents value it, and we're committed to increasing capacity whilst continuing to promote reuse, cycling and cleaner neighbourhoods across Leeds.
Any supplementary question?
Yes, Lord Mayor. So, given that a number of residents in my ward, Beeston and Holbeck, are feeling the knock-on effects of the current limited access to bulky waste collections, in some cases tenants and council housing are facing enforcement action because they're unable to dispose of bulky waste. And in other cases, these items are ending up fly-tipped in the place of a suitable alternative. So can I ask the member, what steps are the council taking to prevent residents being penalised in these circumstances? And how is the council addressing the wider impacts of our communities of reduced access to bulky waste collections?
Councillor Gibson.
I mean, we just said we're increasing capacity to 100 collections a day. There is additional support as well for people that are financially struggling. And a priority service around that. You know, as we said, we've got the recycling centres. There are people that collect this sort of stuff for free as well if it's reusable. But I would encourage all residents across the city not to fly tip. It's illegal, and we will have to take enforcement action against you. There are plenty of options, and you know they can always contact councils if they need to support them with getting bulky waste collected or support with making sure that the front garden is clear of things that that housing have flagged up as needs to be removing. Fly tipping's never okay, and we need to make sure that people understand that.
Councillor Scopes.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Please can the executive member explain how young people and children's voices are heard in Leeds?
Councillor Hayden.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. And thank you for the question, Councillor Scopes. In Leeds, we believe children and young people should help shape the decisions that affect their lives. Their voices influence the city at every level. Through the child-friendly Leeds Wishes, shaped by around 80,000 children and young people, the annual My Health, My School survey, involving more than 20,000 pupils. Young people help identify the issue that matter most and the influence but the priorities across the council and our partners. Our fantastic Voice, Influence and Change team supports a wide range of opportunities for participation, including Leeds Youth Council, Send Youth Council, our Young Leaders Council for those in our care and Care Leavers Council, Leeds Children's Mayor, and the UK Youth Parliamentary Programme. Last year alone, the team worked directly with more than 1,000 children and young people from every ward in the city. And I know you're going to love this, Lord Mayor. But up there are two of our beautiful, fabulous, incredibly intelligent members of our Youth Leaders Council, Marina and April, and they've come to watch full council today. So behave yourselves. What makes Leeds stand out is its influence young people have on real decisions. They help recruit senior staff. They did that last week brilliantly. And I've just heard from one of the people that we recruited that I saw in the foyer that actually Marina in the chair of her panel was far scarier than me as chair of our panel. So they do that. They sit on commissioning panels, they help shape contracts and services, take over strategic boards, and work directly with councillors, senior leaders and partner organisations. Whether shaping citywide priorities, influencing policies, or improving services, children and young people are recognised as active partners in making Leeds the best city for children and young people to grow up in. Thank you.
So just before we have the supplementary, I just want to thank the young ladies up there for coming. They have been two of my consorts at some of my events recently, and they are really good. Thank you. So, yeah. Any supplementary, Councillor?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. And obviously it's great to see you two are here today. And me and Councillor Hayden listened to you recently at an event, and your comments and points were very interesting and worth hearing. I appreciate everything you've said, Councillor Hayden, but can you provide some tangible examples of how children and young people's views have had a direct influence on services in Leeds? Thank you.
Thank
Councillor
you,
Hayden, sorry.
Sorry. Yes, I mean, there's far too many to give you one answer, but I've got some. And the first one I want to talk about that we should all be very proud of is, and it comes from a deputation a couple of years ago, is a work of care experienced people, young people in helping Leeds to become one of the first authorities to recognise care experience as a protected characteristic. Care leavers have played an active role in shaping this work locally and have even represented Leeds nationally, including speaking at the House of Lords to raise awareness of the issues facing care experienced young people. I'd like to thank Councillor Flint and Councillor Venner, Councillor Venner started this work, Councillor Flint continues this work with our care experienced young people, and it is brilliant. And I personally have witnessed Marina and April arguing with a top human rights barrister their case as to why care experience should be included in as a protected characteristic nationally, and give a very good argument, as to that it is immutable, because as April said, I can't change being care experienced, and she's bang on, and I'm going to fight all the way so it's recognised nationally. Leeds Youth Council has also successfully influenced regional discussions on public transport. Young people raise concerns about affordability, safety, accessibility directly with West Yorkshire Combined Authority, leading to ongoing engagement and commitments to ensure young people's views help shape future transport plans. Another excellent example is the Leeds Children's Mayor programme. More than 6,000 children voted in the most recent election. The current Children's Mayor has successfully championed mental health and wellbeing initiatives in schools across the city, including promoting the MindMate Ambassador programme. We've also seen young people directly influence strategic boards through takeover events, where they challenge decision makers, identify priorities and secure commitments for action on issues that matter most to them. These examples show that in Leeds, young people's voices are heard. They're not only heard, they help drive change and influence decisions across the city. Thank you.
Councillor Robinson.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. How can Leeds City Council justify maintaining an equality, diversity and inclusion policy that treats gender identity as interchangeable with biological sex, granting access to women's spaces and services on the basis of self-identification, when the Supreme Court has issued a unanimous ruling clarifying that, under the Equality Act 2010, the term woman legally and definitively means biological female? Would failing to update the policy not amount to a breach of both the law and the Council's moral duty to safeguard women and girls?
Councillor Flynn.
The Council's Equality, Diversity and Inclusion policy does not treat gender identity as interchangeable with biological sex, and this is consistent with the Supreme Court ruling. As part of our current work, we will be updating any relevant guidance in service delivery and employment. However, the Council does not anticipate having to amend any existing policy, as we've not adopted any separate or specific policy decisions with regards to the trans community or sex-based provision outside of complying with equality law. As I explained, the Council is working to a set of principles against which it is addressing the challenges of implementing the ruling. We will act lawfully, proportionately and in line with statutory guidance, while recognising that the draft code is not yet in force. We will take action with compassion and work for inclusivity wherever it is possible and protect dignity, safety and rights for all residents, service users and staff. We will ensure we have a consistent approach across all service delivery and employment, and that these remain available for everyone. And we will use our due regard process, including assessing decisions for proportionality. We will prioritise proportionality work in high-impact services where it is identified that sex-based provision may be appropriate. And we will provide clear, careful and consistent communications for elected members, staff, partners and community. And you mentioned safeguarding women and girls in your answer, and that is an absolute priority and focus for the council. And I've worked in this city for 30 years, and like my whole work career has been based around working with women and girls. Yeah, and absolutely. In those 30 years, obviously we have a problem in the city, like we do across the country, about violence against women and girls, male violence against women and girls. The vast, vast majority of trans people are not the problem. Trans people just want to get on with their lives with dignity and respect, like all of us. But I can provide you with an update. I can provide you with an update, a briefing about all the work that the council is doing around safeguarding women and girls.
Any supplementary question?
So in the 2026 to 2030 new DEI policy plan, there is a category in there that identifies a speech bubble that says female, including trans. So it doesn't say women, including trans, it says female, including trans. That's a direct breach of the law. And considering that the Supreme Court ruling is already binding law, and this is not a moral argument, this is a legal one, neither guidance, consultation, reviews, nor external organisations can override that law. Can the council... Can I finish, please? Can the council...
Can we ask the question? Can we get to the question, please? And can the chamber be quiet, please?
Can the council name any lawful justification for continuing to operate the policy that contradicts the ruling, or will it finally admit that there isn't one?
Councillor Flynn.
Once we receive the full guidance, we will work within it to ensure we're legally compliant. And this is, these are the questions that we'll be assessing against the ruling and proportionality assessments mentioned in my answers. But to be clear, we have the Equality Act. Like, trans people are protected in the Equality Act. We will have EDI assessments, and we will make sure that we're compliant with the law whilst remaining as inclusive as possible. We want Leeds to be an inclusive city for all. Yeah. And we will implement the guidance in a way that is compassionate and protects the dignity, safety and rights of all residents, service users and staff. And I'm sure we probably disagree on this, but I'm really happy to have a conversation with you and to meet with you, and we can talk it through further. Thank you.
Councillor Ray. Councillor Ray.
Bearing in mind the tone of some of the questions we're getting from the other side of the chamber today, which I never thought I'd actually hear in this council chamber, can I ask the executive member to provide an update on this year's Leeds Pride?
Councillor Flint.
I'm happy to, Lord Mayor. The council is proud to support this year's Leeds Pride, the 20th anniversary of the event taking place. When the first Pride March took place, a few hundred brave LGBT+ people marched through the city centre, unsure of the reception they would get, building on years of activism and smaller community events. Since then, we've seen it grow year on year to become this year's two-day celebration, bringing tens of thousands of people into the city centre, spending money in hospitality venues, hotels and shops. Pride is the second largest city centre event held through the year, and it's an important part of showing Leeds to be an LGBT+ inclusive city. The council works with Leeds Pride, West Yorkshire Police and other partners to ensure the event is delivered safely and successfully, including arrangements for highways, licensing, cleansing, safety and security. The council is also proud to take part in the parade, demonstrating its commitment as an inclusive employer and to LGBT+ equality. It continues to be the case that despite legal protections, discrimination remains a reality, as reflected by the continued high levels of hate crime experienced by LGBT+ communities in Leeds and across the UK. I hope to see lots of you at the celebrations this weekend.
Any supplementary question?
Yes, Lord Mayor. Could the executive member please say why she believes Pride is important to our city?
Councillor Flint.
In recent years, we've seen growing pushback on social media and in parts of our press against Pride celebrations across the UK. Arguments have been made that Pride is no longer needed as there's legal equality, that many LGBT plus people don't support Pride, or that the Pride flag doesn't represent them. But every year, millions of people in the UK attend Pride celebrations, and many LGBT plus people still suffer discrimination and hate. Pride is an opportunity to celebrate progress and inclusivity, but Pride is still a protest. Anyone who's been to Leeds Pride will know that many groups are celebrating in the parade, but others are still calling for legal equality to mean real equality. Many in the LGBT plus community are fearful of a rolling back of rights or a desire to minimise LGBT plus people in public. To divide the LGBT plus community into those who are acceptable and those who are not. In Leeds, we stand firm with our LGBT plus community, and we recognise that more is yet to be done. Pride still does matter.
Councillor Campbell. Councillor Campbell.
Right, well, that's put me off, Lord Mayor. I was just saying to my colleagues, we don't often get members of this party enthusiastically clapping executive board members, but Councillor Flint, you deserved it. Meanwhile, back on the mundane matters of highways. Given the inconsiderate parking has contributed to a nearly 50% bin collection failure on Southview Terrace in Yeadon, will the executive member commit to expedite an appropriate traffic regulation order?
Councillor Carlow.
Thank you. There's nothing mundane about a traffic regulation order, Colin. I appreciate your concern regarding the issues on Southview Terrace and the impact that inconsiderate parking can have on refuse collection. The location wasn't identified when the current traffic regulation order programme was developed, and adding it to the existing Otley scheme at this stage would require the process to be restarted, causing further delay. However, officers have now identified the location as one where parking restrictions may help to protect refuse collections, and it will therefore be considered through the next annual traffic regulation order programme. As with all requests, proposals will be assessed alongside other priorities across the city to ensure resources and funding are allocated fairly and effectively.
Any supplementary?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Given that that was the commitment made by his predecessor and his predecessor's predecessor, can we have some confidence that a traffic regulation order will actually appear this year?
Councillor Carlow.
Thank you for the question. I suggest I take that up outside of the meeting. Very happy to meet you, and we'll put a timeline down for exactly when that'll look. Happy to meet with ward members to discuss further.
Councillor Dye.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Can the executive member please update us on the new Sports England funding secured by the council?
Councillor Reif.
Thank you, Lord Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Dye, for the question. Sorry, my skirt's stuck. Apologies. Yes, I'm delighted to confirm that Leeds City Council has secured 1.9 million of Sport England-based investment funding. This significant investment will support our ambitions to improve health and wellbeing across the city and will be delivered through both the Get Set Leeds local programme and Active Leeds community-based physical activity initiatives. This investment builds on the success of Get Set Leeds local since its launch in 2019 and will allow us to expand this work into 8 priority wards, including Armley, Beeston and Holbeck, Bermondsey and Richmond Hill, Headingley and Hyde Park, Hunslet and Riverside, Killingbeck and Seacroft, Little London and Woodhouse, and my own ward of Gipton and Hare Hills. Through this funding, we will continue to work alongside residents and partners to tackle physical inactivity, strengthen our communities and ensure that everyone has the opportunity to lead a healthier and more active life. This investment will also help create more inclusive opportunities for people of all ages and backgrounds to be active while supporting grassroots organisations that play a vital role in their communities. By listening to local voices and responding to community needs, we can deliver lasting improvements that benefit residents now and for years to come. Thank you.
Any supplementary question?
I do, Lord Mayor. It's absolutely fabulous news. Do you think you could give us some more detail on how this will be used to support active lifestyles in our city?
Councillor Reef.
Thank you, Councillor Dye. Do you know what? I'd be absolutely pleased to do so. Okay, so this funding will help us support active lifestyles across Leeds by working closely with local residents, community organisations and partners to co-design activities and opportunities that reflect the needs, priorities and strengths of its neighbourhoods. I'm happy to take this conversation out of this question, Councillor Galton. You know, my email's always open, so you can always talk to me about Rothwell. Sorry, Councillor Dye, back to your question. Our aim is to make physical activity a normal and accessible part of everyday life. We know that people can face a range of barriers to being active, including costs, confidence and safety concerns, transport issues and a lack of suitable opportunities. Through this investment, we will work with communities to understand these barriers and develop locally led solutions that encourage more people to move more often. The funding will support a wide range of initiatives shaped by local people, which could include community walking and cycling groups, swimming sessions, family play activity programmes and other opportunities that help people of all ages and backgrounds to be active in ways that work for them. Importantly, this investment is not just about delivering activities, it's also about building long-term capacity within communities and strengthening their skills, knowledge and partnerships of active Leeds and local organisations. By doing so, we can create sustainable change, expand successful approaches to across our city. And just to say, Active Leeds do incredible work in our communities, and I'm really proud of everything they do. So thank you for that question, Councillor Dye.
So this is the last question. Councillor Dobson.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Would the relevant executive member agree with me that the only legacy from Leeds 2023 is the fact, because of the millions frittered away on that particular vanity project, we are now in a position where we are unable to invest properly in Leeds 400, and therefore a far more significant event in the history of Leeds has been diluted in terms of scope and ambition?
Councillor Reef.
Thank you, Lord Mayor, and thank you for the question, Councillor Dobson. The positive legacy of Leeds 2023 is well documented. It secured more than 4 million of investment for cultural organisations, engaged 73% of Leeds households in cultural activity, established the highly successful volunteer team in Leeds, and developed skills, training and community engagement programmes across the city. These achievements created lasting networks, partnership capacity that have been fundamental to the success of Leeds 400. Leeds 2023 strengthened connections between people, communities, organisations and council services. Leeds 400 has built on these relationships, bringing together council teams and partners, including Leeds Civic Trust, Leeds Bid, Leeds Chamber of Commerce and a wide range of community organisations to deliver a citywide programme of activity. As a result, Leeds 400 has supported education resources for schools, arts and competitions, library events, heritage lectures, community celebrations, sporting initiatives and major civic commemorations. The recent quarter centenary weekend demonstrated the strength and reach of this programme, engaging thousands of residents in events across the city, including the civic reception that I know you were at and you very much enjoyed, organised by the Lord Mayor and supported by Councillor Downton, so thank you for that.
Any supplementary question?
Yes, Lord Mayor, thank you. Hindsight's a wonderful thing, but would the executive member agree with me that if this council hadn't foolishly progressed a European City of Culture bid against the backdrop of a messy Brexit negotiation, which we never had a cat in hell's chance of winning, would Leeds 2023 have happened at all? And not for today, but at her leisure, I would be interested if she could provide me the exact financial benefits that balances off against the £10.4 million spent by this local authority on that project? Thank you.
Councillor Reid.
No, Councillor Dobson, I don't agree with you. I've outlined the benefits of 2023 and I'm more than happy to sit down and meet with you and discuss the financials of 2023. Thank you.
So that concludes question time. So any unanswered questions members will receive a written response. We're now going to call for a short 10-minute break. So if you could all make sure you're back in the chambers, ready to go by 10:02. Remember, there is something you all want to get to later as well, please. If you could all be seated now. So we're now going to move on to the late item, which is the recommendation of the General Purposes Committee. Councillor Lewis.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I move in terms of the notice.
Councillor Farley.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Second.
And I'd like to call for a vote on the report. All those in favour? Those against? Any abstentions? That is carried. Now, item 6, recommendation of the Independent Remunerations Panel. Councillor Lewis.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I move in terms of the notice.
Councillor Layton.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Happy to second.
Now I'd like to call on the vote on the report. All those for? Those against? Any abstentions? That is carried. And now we'll move on to item 7, the report on appointments. Councillor Farley.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I move in terms of the notice.
Councillor Layton.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Happy to second.
Now let's call on a vote on the report. All those for? Those against? Any abstentions? That is carried. Now let's move to item 8, the annual report from scrutiny. Councillor Rafiq.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Lord Mayor, I'm pleased to move the scrutiny annual report for 25-26 and place on record my thanks to everyone who has contributed to the work of scrutiny over the past year. Firstly, I would like to thank the chairs of our scrutiny boards for their leadership, commitment and professionalism. Effective scrutiny lies on chairs who are able to facilitate constructive challenge, encourage diverse viewpoints and ensure discussions remain focused on improving outcomes for the people of Leeds. I would also like to thank all scrutiny board members, regardless of political affiliation, for their time and energy they devote to this important work. My thanks also go to the officers, external partners and stakeholders who have engaged with scrutiny throughout the year, often giving their time and expertise to assist members in their deliberations. In particular, I would like to recognise the work of our principal scrutiny advisors. Their professionalism, knowledge and support are fundamental to ensuring robust and evidence-based examination of key issues facing the city. This report demonstrates the breadth of work undertaken across the 5 scrutiny boards during 25-26. Members have considered issues ranging from health inequalities and affordable housing to SEND services, inclusive growth, community safety, workforce matters, and the Council's financial sustainability. In every case, scrutiny has sought to add value by asking questions, gathering evidence, and supporting better decision-making. One of the particular strengths of scrutiny in Leeds is focus on pre-decision scrutiny, which engages with policy development at an early stage, helping shape proposals before decisions are made. This year included consideration of the refreshed Leeds hate crime strategy and contribution to key strategic documents such as the organisation plan and procurement strategy. Ensuring elected members' perspectives are reflected in the decision-making process. This report also shows scrutiny's ability to respond to issues of public concern, whether examining the implementation of the post-16 SEND transport policy, reviewing maternity services following CQC inspection findings, or exploring progress on the Leeds Street Charter. Members have demonstrated a commitment to representing the interests and experiences of Leeds residents. Looking ahead, I'm also pleased to welcome the decision to increase the number of scrutiny boards from 5 to 7. The new arrangements will provide greater capacity for members to examine issues in-depth and sport-informed decision-making across the city. Lord Mayor, before I conclude, I would also like to remember former Councillor Karen Renshaw, who was actually elected at the same time I was in the all-out elections, who sadly passed away recently. Karen was a committed and active member of scrutiny over many years, bringing passion, insight and dedication to the issues she cared about. Her contribution to scrutiny and to public service in Leeds deserves our recognition. This report demonstrates that scrutiny continues to play a vital role in supporting accountable, transparent and effective decision-making in Leeds, and I'm pleased to commend it to the Council.
Councillor Wilson.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I second and reserve the right to speak.
Councillor Flynn.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Just before I comment on the report itself, I'd just like to reflect Councillor Rafiq's comments about lost colleagues. And I'd certainly like to pay tribute myself to Mahalia France-Mayor and Karen Renshaw that we lost so tragically recently. Both were lovely ladies, a credit to their families, a huge loss to the Labour group and the Council, and valued members of the Children and Families Scrutiny Board. Last year we covered a huge amount of work, too much to mention here, but I will cover several areas that I feel emphasise the value of an independent scrutiny system and reflects the independent nature of members of that board, who I'd also like to thank at this sort of point. Send EHCPs, the 12th time we scrutinised this area of work over the last 3 years, plus a working group meeting later this month to discuss the priority action plan following the recent inspection report, which is an area-based partnership service that I should mention, which includes the NHS, not just the Council. I'm very grateful that Anthony Douglas, the chair of the SEND and Alternative Provision Board, attended our last meeting. He brings real vigour and rigour and a huge experience to the recovery process. Some other examples of our work in the last 12 months were an examination of children looked over in external placements, a new, broader area-based planning approach following the Queensway school issue, an examination of the senior leadership and management capacity of the Children and Families Directorate, a review of the children's post-16 transport policy with input from impacted families, more of which you heard before. Several of these resulted in significant changes in policy, and I have to acknowledge at this point the contribution of the interim director, who has brought a welcome and much-needed transparency to the board, and a policy of no surprises, which I think every scrutiny board would welcome. Thank you very much indeed. We're adopting a much more proactive approach to scrutiny this coming year in an attempt to short-circuit problems before they arise. For example, leadership and management capacity, early years development, and unregulated children's care homes. On early years, we've seen for some time an underperformance in Leeds on the good level of development measure, and while the Council is rightly focused on prevention as a means to reduce cost and improve outcomes for children and young people, it's vital that we get it right at the early years level where it can make most impact. And a final word of gratitude to Rob Clayton and the rest of the scrutiny and governance team who keep us in order, straight and narrow, oil the wheels and carry out a huge amount of work and research for us behind the scenes and get very little public credit. I hope this goes some way towards rewarding them. Thank you very much indeed, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Scopes.
Thank you, Lord Mayor, and I'll be mostly speaking about the board I chair. But before I get on to that, I would also like to reflect on some of the wider scrutiny work. And I think I genuinely believe in the value that scrutiny adds, the conversations we have, how we work cross-party for the residents of Leeds. And, for example, Councillor Flynn over there has humoured all my children's and families' scrutiny items that I want to bring. I want to start with a few thank yous. So firstly, thank you to fellow board members who support and challenge our discussions. I want to thank other chairs that have collaborated with me, and I'd like to thank officers who support the preparation and making it happen, like Angela Brogden in particular, but also officers who come and deliver information to us, including NHS partners. I'd also like to remember in particular Councillor France-Mayor and Karen Renshaw. Councillor France-Mayor was on my board and she leaves a big hole there. Her passion and her dedication to her community was notable and should be remembered. This year, there's been loads of stuff going on. The thing with the Adult Health and Active Lifestyle Scrutiny Board, it's got a huge remit. I think I worked out it had over $2.5 billion annual spend that we need to scrutinise. So we have things, so we've looked at the government 10-year plan, hospitals to community, analogue to digital, sickness to prevention. And we're trying to get an aspect of what that means for Leeds people. So, for example, analogue to digital, how do we make sure that we are 100% digital, but also people who won't take that step, how can we make sure they still have this access to the services they need? Adult social care continues to be a big hot topic, and there's been some brilliant work in terms of the community stuff that's been happening in Leeds, but the system flow still needs to happen. So hospitals can only perform well if there's places for people who are no longer got an acute medical issue, somewhere for them to go. And that means we need to value carers more. Active Leeds continues to do fantastic work, increasing activity and improving health in our city. I think we need to do more in terms of how we eat better and how big food companies aren't helping us do that. And last year we heard a report from the Director of Public Health titled Heat in the City. And I don't know how she knew it was going to be so hot this year, but it feels very timely. And we had an update at our last meeting about what actions have happened and what still needs to happen. In terms of things that are going forward, one of the things I really want to highlight is women's health stuff. So we had the maternity challenges in Leeds hospitals in the LGI, and that continues to be a massively important item. But we need to continue pressing on that. Services on endometriosis, on gynecology aren't good enough and need to get better. I have more to say, but I can see I've run out of time, so I'll sit down. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Galton.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. First of all, I'd like to also recognise the commitment and legacy that people have left within scrutiny, and I talk about the ex-councillor Hannah Bithell, who was outstanding as a scrutiny chair with her commitment to actually getting services working better through better understanding of how they work and allowing members to have influence in terms of how our city functions. I have to say, Lord Mayor, I've worked with Councillor Bithell on several issues, and I'll talk about Vision Zero. That was one of the areas this year where we worked together, because you don't reduce casualties on the road just by wagging a finger and giving out education initiatives. You also need to have decent enforcement, because for all the great people in this world that follow rules because they appreciate that they have to commit to working with everybody else in society, there are always going to be those people who think they're outliers and rules are not for them. And it is one of the areas that we have pursued on the Scrutiny Board, which I chaired last year, and we will be doing so more so this year in terms of making sure that those agencies which are there for enforcement actually fulfil their roles. One of those areas that we looked at last year was the street charter. It's an area which is one that it needs to develop in terms of how the council responds to it. In it, there is a commitment to say that everybody in this city should be looked after inclusively in terms of how we design our city, how we deliver our services, and in this particular occasion, how people who are disabled, for instance, are able to access and use a city in exactly the same way as other people. It is not for them to have special treatment. It is for them to be included within how we make decisions in the first place. And Lord Mayor, we will be taking this forward, and as you can see from our deputation that we had today from Shop Mobility, this is still a key issue for a lot of people that needs to be solved, and I think scrutiny is the greatest place for it to be solved, and through that cross-working between chairs to make sure that we can have specific investigations on areas which cover the remits of multiple scrutiny boards, we can actually get solutions. And I think we can work together with scrutiny board chairs actually a little bit more effectively sometimes than executive board members can in terms of working across department. Lord Mayor, I also want to recognise the fact that the council, us as a collective body, have committed very much more this year to scrutiny. We recognise that there's a lot of politics of grievance out there, and we need to make sure that our communities feel that they have equal access to the services that they need and deserve,
and that communities, whether they be geographical ones or communities of interest, need to feel secure that the council is thinking about them, and this scrutiny board will be doing that this year. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Carlisle.
Lord Mayor, friends, many thanks for this opportunity. Many thanks for what feels like a very precious opportunity to serve as one of these scrutiny chairs. Many thanks to all the members, of course, from across the chamber who work so cooperatively within these scrutiny boards, problem solving and working together and talking. Many thanks to the diligent staff members behind the scenes, kind of powering this work, and of course, many thanks to the many staff teams all across our communities, all across our city, at the coalface of this work, and with whom we engage on these scrutiny boards. I'm struck once again within this sphere of scrutiny about a 1950s book called The Fox and the Hedgehog, which I've mentioned once before at Council, which makes the case that for best possible decision making, we need to blend expert and amateur insight. And by that I mean this. So our colleagues at the coalface of this work are by default experts in their field. They know things inside out. We are not. We are Jacks and Jills of all trades. We have many fingers in many pies. And we skate across the surface. And of course, we have a responsibility to try to dig down as best as we can. But we are amateurs. But we should really seize that opportunity. The officers, the experts, they need us. But also we need them very much. We also need the city, of course. So colleagues have already mentioned about the fundamental importance. And we've talked about this within the Environment and Housing Scrutiny Board, about wanting to make sure that we get independent voices from the city community in, to help to best shape our decision making for the city. If any members want to bring, not on our scrutiny board, want to bring in extra voices, please do so. And I suppose just to conclude as well, like I'm new to the scrutiny board, so I'm not going to particularly talk about the body of work that's already been undertaken. But I've had a few conversations with a few people outside of council in the last few weeks, and people said, well, what is scrutiny? It's a bit of a weird word. And we've talked about the scrutiny function within council itself, but also talked about the very notion of scrutiny. I have a huge amount of respect for members all across the city, all across this chamber, who are working very, very hard in our communities, championing your communities. However, I'm sometimes struck, I guess there's a responsibility on us. Scrutiny is bigger than the scrutiny boards. We all need to be, perhaps above all else, scrutinisers. And I'm sometimes struck by an unwillingness amongst council to really question and challenge and push back on the decision-making, the operational, not the politics. We do that we scrutinise one another very well here in council, but wanting to push back on the operational decision-making and action of council on a regular basis. So I suppose the gauntlet that I think we need to throw down to one another all the time is to be people who are those who are rigorously foxy, rigorously scrutinising, wanting to, not being ever afraid to question the operational logic of council, not feeling like it's our job just to implement the operation of council, but to question it every day. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Wilson.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Yeah, there's nothing like scrutiny, I think, to bring a note of kind of collegiality and seriousness and local focus into the tone of the chamber. So I really enjoyed this agenda item so far. And I want to reflect and repeat some of what people have said already. I really liked the note you ended on there, Councillor Carlisle, around all of us taking responsibility for scrutiny and taking it really seriously. And in my experience, if you think there's something that needs looking at properly, or you want to get your teeth into something, it's really possible. The scrutiny advisors are there to help. Exec members, despite the little dig maybe from Councillor Galton, are actually really up for talking and helping and looking into things with us, which I think is really positive. I still haven't read The Fox and the Hedgehog, I'm afraid. I think The Hare and the Tortoise is more my speed. I like a fable. I want to definitely echo what you said, Councillor Galton, about Hannah Biffle, and just sort of put a note of thanks on record, really. When I got elected as scrutiny chair mid-year last year, it was to Hannah that I went to get advice and help, because I knew what an amazing scrutiny chair she is, and like the energy and dynamism she brings to it. I think something about Hannah's approach to scrutiny chairing, which is really good, is that she didn't just do things by rote or like accept reports to note, but actually put forward like interesting recommendations and tried to get the board involved in making those recommendations. And I noted in the report that we're looking at today, one of the things we did last year was ask scrutiny members to give feedback on how scrutiny goes and how it could be better. And one of the comments was reports should not come for noting was one of the feedback items, which I don't agree with 100%, but by and large I think we should be actually making recommendations and looking at things specifically in scrutiny. So I think that was valuable feedback, and yeah, that is something I'll be bearing in mind in the year to come. Apart from that, really, just want to say a couple of thank yous. Certainly to the other scrutiny chairs, and like I really appreciate the approach that Councillor Flynn takes to scrutiny, for example. I think you're an excellent chair, and the value of independent scrutiny is you know, enabled partly through good chairing, but most especially to Rob Clayton and Becky Atherton, who have been my two scrutiny advisors, who in both cases have helped figure out whole new work programs quite quickly, get to speed with the topic area, and dealt with the change from 5 boards to 7 boards, which has been a really big item of work. So that's where I'll leave it for today. I'm really looking forward to the year to come in scrutiny. Thank you.
Councillor Rafiq to sum up, please.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Lord Mayor, well, I'd like to thank all the contributors, Councillor Wilson, Councillor Flynn, Councillor Scopes, Councillor Galton and Councillor Carlisle for all your work over the past year, but also your contributions today as well. I think the speeches demonstrates the breadth of work undertaken across all scrutiny boards. We've heard that members have examined challenging and complex issues, providing constructive challenge where needed, and work collaboratively with partners to help improve services and outcomes for the people of Leeds. Particularly noteworthy that scrutiny has contributed focus on matters that residents care deeply about, and Councillor Flynn, you mentioned SEND services, maternity care was mentioned as well, mental health provision and other social care, housing, community safety, economic growth and the Council's financial challenge. The work of the scrutiny is actually is determined by the board, each board. So it is within the board as a remit to decide what you're going to scrutinise within the timescales. As the exec members, you will find that the presence of the exec members at every scrutiny board is always there, and we are here to work and take on board the recommendations of the scrutiny board. So I'm just going to finish on Lord Mayor say the scrutiny at its best is engaging early, gathering evidence, listening to stakeholders and helping to shape better decisions. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. I'd now like to call on a vote on the report. Those for? Those against? Any abstentions? That is carried. We're now going to move on to item 9, the executive arrangements. Councillor Lewis.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I move in terms of the notice.
Councillor Farley.
Second, Lord Mayor.
Now call on a vote for the report. Those for? Those against? Any abstentions? That is carried. Now got a procedural motion. Councillor Galton.
Oh, I move, Lord Mayor, do I?
Councillor Campbell to second.
I second with pleasure, Lord Mayor.
I call a vote on the procedural motion. Those for? Those against? Any abstentions? That is carried. Now going to move on to the first of the white papers, Children's Services. Councillor Lamb.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Lord Mayor, I don't think any of us want to be here having this type of debate and the circumstances that were in it. it is a subject that all of us have huge inboxes about. We could focus on statistics all day and numbers. There are so many of them. But behind each of those statistics is a child. And there are literally thousands of children in Leeds and families who have not had the support that they are legally entitled and should be able to expect of this council. It is telling that no party has taken the substance of our motion away. All of the amendments reflect what we have put forward. The sad truth of this is the Ofsted report was not a surprise. It simply tells us what parents and carers have been telling us for years, what children have been telling us for years, what teachers have been telling us for years, what your own staff have been telling us for years, that this service is not good enough. 7% of education, health and care plans completed on time, 93% not. That is just about the worst performance in the country. And that has been the case, not recently, but for 3 years. For 3 years. And that is children who will not get their childhood back. Every child has one childhood. They will not get it back. Our job today is to fix it as quickly as possible, to make sure no other child and no other family has to go through that. We've tried to set this out constructively. We've tried to set out a clear plan. And the most important thing to me is that this is given the highest level of priority in this council, which is why we refer to the Chief Exec taking charge of it, and we want to see clear actions in a very, very short space of time. There's a number of amendments, I think, designed to be helpful. In terms of Councillor Dobson's amendment and Councillor Dixon's amendment, we absolutely accept those. I'm afraid, while I appreciate that the Labour amendment respects the tone, I hope, and the constructive approach that we've put forward, what you do here is take away accountability. And you cannot have responsibility without accountability. And your amendment takes that away. And while families want us to fix the problem, your staff want us to fix the problem, they also want to see accountability, because this didn't just creep up on us overnight. In terms of the Green Amendment, I'm afraid we can't accept that. Again, I appreciate you've kept the substance, but we're essentially passing the buck somewhere else. And it is not good enough for children and families in Leeds to wait for Westminster to get its act together and fix the fundamentals. There are lots of things that we can do as set out in this plan. We could have been doing them for the last 3 years and making sure those children and families were getting the support that they desperately need and are legally entitled to in a reasonable time frame. And we can get on and do that now. We do not need to wait for Westminster to get its act together. So I simply say this to all members. It is our duty to fix this problem. We can start today, and we can make sure no child has to experience this again in our city. I move the motion, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Stephen to second.
I second and reserve the right to speak, Lord Mayor.
Now move to the amendment from Councillor Dobson.
Mayor, it's getting a little bit like Groundhog Day, isn't it? Having to have debates around inadequacies across children's services in Leeds. I can't speak for other members, but Councillor Lamb's alluded to hundreds, if not thousands, of children being let down. And certainly, if our inboxes in Garforth and Swillington is anything to go by, that's probably an accurate reflection. 7% of completed plans, 7%, so 93% haven't been completed in a timely manner. What is going on? Does anybody know? I suggest not. Our amendment is meant as a friendly amendment because we will be supporting Councillor Lamb's white paper. But please, Council, remember this. In December, we attended a special council meeting as a vote of no confidence. And that was won by the administration. 7 months down the line, we're here again with the latest failure from the same department. And our amendment simply wants to reflect that if the administration cannot get their act together quickly, then there needs to be change. And that is why I think the suggestions in Councillor Lamb's white paper regarding ensuring there's officer leadership as well is not only overdue, it's actually essential. We support that white paper, but we've added this amendment because in another 6 months, I don't want to be stood here again talking about another failure within this service. It's not acceptable. It's not acceptable for children. It's not acceptable as a city. I'll go further. It's a damned embarrassment. I move the amendment.
Councillor Fields to second.
Second, Lord Mayor.
Now move to the amendment from Councillor Dixon.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. This amendment, and in particular point 10, which I've added, is meant to be a friendly amendment to this motion. The Ofsted report is deeply concerning. It confirms what many parents, carers, schools and councillors have been saying for years, that too many children with special education needs and disabilities have waited too long for support, and too many families have been let down by a system they should have been able to trust. First, we should recognise the dedication of the teachers, teaching assistants, school leaders, therapists, NH staff, school workers and council officers. They have worked tirelessly under immense pressure and they deserve our thanks. But recognising their commitment does not remove the need for accountability when systems fail. Behind every delayed assessment, every overdue EHCP and every missed deadline is a child and a family living with uncertainty. As councillors, we see the impact of these failures regularly. Parents tell us that emails go unanswered, phone calls are not returned, and they are passed from one person to another without anyone taking ownership for their case. Whether it is delays to assessments, uncertainty over school placements, or waiting for essential support, the experience is often the same. Families feel ignored, unheard, and left to fight the very system that should be helping them. That is why I propose point 10. It asks the Council to apologise to parents, guardians and carers who have been affected by these failures. If we accept Ofsted's findings, and if we acknowledge that children and families have been failed, then we should also be able to and prepared to say sorry. This is not about politics or assigning blame. It's about recognising the lived experience of families across Leeds and showing that we understand the impact these failures have had on their lives. An apology will not clear the backlog overnight or complete an EHCP tomorrow, but it does matter. It shows humility, accountability and a willingness to rebuild trust. Most importantly, this is about ensuring every child receives the right support, in the right place and at the right time. Because every child only gets one childhood. We cannot give families back the time they have lost, but we can acknowledge their experience, learn from it and commit to do better. For those reasons, I urge members to support this amendment and support the recovery programme and support point 10, so that we send a clear message to families across Leeds. We have heard you, we recognise what you've been through, and where the system has failed you, we are sorry. Thank you.
Councillor Pogson Golden.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I second this amendment.
Councillor Hayden to move the amendment, please.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. First and foremost, I want to acknowledge those children, young people, families and carers whose experiences and outcomes have not always been good enough. The finding of the recent Ofsted and Care Quality Commission inspection are serious and we accept them in full. We recognise that too many children and young people with special educational needs and disabilities and their families have experienced delays, uncertainties and inconsistencies in the support they have received. For everyone affected, I am sorry. And that is genuine. And I'm not saying it now after your speech, Councillor Dixon. I said it on Look North. I said it in scrutiny last week. As executive member, I take these findings seriously. And as a parent of a child with SEND, I know personally how important it is that children and families receive the right support at the right time and in the right place. The report highlights significant needs for improvement. We accept that. And in accepting it and accepting responsibility, you do not walk away. You figure out which we have done for months, been in this job 2 years, and we have spent most of that 2 years figuring out the right way to go through scrutiny, and we have put the right things in. We are putting the right things in place, and we want to get it right for children. I also really want to recognise that we've heard talk of lost childhoods and lack of support. The report has 3 pages that concentrates on the strong frontline practice, the brilliant work that's going on with our children in education, health and social care, effective inclusion work, valued support for families, positive outcomes for many young people, and the dedication of practitioners working every day with children and families. I want to thank all those staff. They are giving our children their childhood. The teachers, teaching assistants, school leaders, educational psychologists, health professionals, social workers and council officers whose commitment to children and families was recognised by inspectors. It is true that concerns have been raised over a number of years. Those concerns deserve to be heard, and we've heard them. The challenge has never been identifying that there were problems. The challenge is responding to a system under unprecedented pressure. Requests for HCP assessments have more than doubled since 2022. The number of children and young people with SEND has grown by 40% in recent years. And those pressures have been compounded by years of inadequate funding for local authorities and a national SEND system that everyone has recognised is no longer fit for purpose, if it ever was. It's not an excuse, it's the reality. Those reforms focus on early intervention, stronger inclusion, better support in mainstream settings and quicker access to specialist expertise. A direction of travel Leeds strongly supports and has advocated and fought for a number of years. For many years, Leeds has sought to support children earlier and within their local schools and community wherever possible. The focus has been on getting support around children and families before needs escalate, a principle that now sits at the heart of national reform. Leeds has submitted its SEND reform plan, secured £6.62 million in SEND transformation funding and begun implementation of the Expert at Hand programme, bringing additional specialist expertise into the system. We've invested £5.5 million to strengthen capacity and strengthen professional specialist provision. As the independent chair of our improvement board reminded scrutiny, the most rapid improvements nationally have been taken around 2 years. Meaningful change takes sustained effort and commitment. He also said that the best work is done by councils that depoliticise children with SEND. So we must work together. The challenge is now for all to work together to deliver of children, young people and families.
Councillor Lewis.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I second and reserve the right to speak.
Now move to the amendment. Councillor Goodall.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. First, to respond to Councillor Lamb before I forget. The reason ours was an add amendment is because, yes, we do need to think about the local context, but it's vital that we also include the national context and the things that are happening across the country in this area. I want to say where I'm coming from with this speech. I've worked at every level of education, from primary school to university, as a teacher, a careers advisor and a school counsellor, and that's the therapy kind, not the elected kind. I've been on Children and Family Scrutiny Board for 2 years and still, even with all that relevant experience, sometimes struggle to follow the complexities of the system and the acronyms. So I just want everyone to stop and think about what it's like for children, parents and carers, many with little or no knowledge of the education and SEND system, trying to navigate all this for the first time. Sometimes struggling to even get people to believe that their child has a special need or disability, then hitting barriers over and over again and battling their way through to get the best for their child. And then bear in mind, on top of that, that you've worked with parent and carer organisations to try and get your concerns heard for many years. And as we've seen from the report, it's not just about how long many are having to wait for education, health and care plans. The report also strongly criticises the quality of those plans and says there is a lack of quality assurance. We recognise the hurt, frustration and exhaustion of families from navigating a system that has not met their children's needs. So what's happening? So many council officers, practitioners, like educational psychologists and teachers are working so hard to do so much with scant time and few resources. I sincerely thank everyone involved for the hard work they are doing, but I know that many of them feel like they are hitting their head against a brick wall. So I hope we can find a way to make this better for all stakeholders. It's important to note the words, as Councillor Hayden says, of the independent chair of the Leeds Send and Alternative Provision Improvement Board, the independent chair at the recent scrutiny board. Firstly, he acknowledged that senior council leaders here accepted the report findings, where actually many councils waste time challenging the wording. He also urged us to depoliticise, as Councillor Hayden said, children's services, especially SEND. He said those systems who do best depoliticise the work at this point in time. You can create more success by cross-party unity. Yes, it's hugely important to understand the politics behind how we've got to this point, for example, austerity and underfunding of services. But from now, it's vital that we work together across parties to work on solutions for all the stakeholders involved in this difficult situation. Thank you.
Councillor Mirisani to second.
I second and reserve the right to speak.
Councillor Downs.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Listening to some of the speeches already, I get a genuine feeling that we might actually start to crack this problem. And I think the white paper goes a long way to providing that. And I think if we can get behind this and work together, we might finally see the back of the SEND issue. As a councillor, it takes up a lot of my time, and I'm getting more and more casework on this issue. It's taken over from things like potholes, believe it or not, with my time. The lack of SEND sufficiency planning, which we are still waiting for, is what has led to this issue. It's an issue that has existed for many years now. Parents have been complaining about problems in the system and a lack of capacity in terms of placements. Same with the PCF, same with parent carers support groups. Every time we are told they will improve things, but it's always short-lived. The issue of SEND has been a problem for some years now. We are seeing an increase in number of young people needing support, and the system has lacked funding to provide. Whilst recognising this is a national issue, as a child-friendly city, we should be able to find the capacity to address this issue. I've sat on Children and Families Scrutiny Board until recently. Sadly, I'm no longer on that board, but from hearing what Councillor Flynn said, it looks like things are picking up there. But during my time, we looked into the failure of SEND assessment and provision in Leeds, and I feel for a number of years our recommendations have fallen on deaf ears. Whilst I accept it is a difficult subject to tackle, it is also one of the more important ones. It is comforting to know that this could finally be addressed properly, but there have been so many young people and their families that have suffered in the meantime. I feel we've been tackling this in the wrong way and could have released more money to help the situation. We spend a silly amount on transport and fees for private schools and SEND pupils, and that really does have to change. To give you an idea, we have a former pupil at Queensway in my ward who is being sent to a private school in Wakefield whose placement fee is £120,000 a year, and I dread to think how much the transport is. It's just not sustainable. This is just one example, and I have others. Compare that to £10,000 plus top-ups for a local maintained SEND school. If those same children were educated in maintained schools, there could be a saving up to £15 million, and it is this money that's then not lying in the pockets of private equity firms, and a lot of them based outside the county. That can be better spent within our community. We need to cut the cost of placements and do more in-house. In my ward, Queensway School should be assessed as a possibility for a SEND expansion, and I know of another local family who, because of lack of provision in my area, have to send their child to Wetherby. I welcome the white paper and note that within the Labour amendment they finally recognise that what we in opposition have been saying all along. It's a welcome admission, but it is a shame it's taken so long and required outside intervention. Scrutiny boards are there to scrutinise and offer constructive advice. If listened to properly, then this white paper would not be necessary, and many young people and their families would have received the support they needed and deserved. And so we all want Leeds to be a child-friendly city, and that should be for every child, whether they are SEND or not. Thank you.
Councillor Mirisani.
Thank you. So we've seen the report has delivered a stark verdict: widespread and systemic failings, unacceptable delays, weak planning, and families left struggling to navigate the system alone. The Labour administration has once again unfortunately failed the residents of this city. As part of this, workers are the key way that this service is delivered, and they're faced with extreme cost pressures to deliver the provision. Yet the Ofsted report tells us something positive. Our teachers, social workers, therapists, and family hub staff are already showing what good looks like. The solution is not asking them to do more with less, which I fear might happen. The solution is building a system around worker well-being, genuine partnership with families, and fair access to support. We must avoid the recovery being pressured into unrealistic timelines, which risk burning out the workers, delivering solutions without consultation and co-production with those affected, and then opening the door to profiteering by private companies. Using the power entrusted to us by the public to enrich private interests is corruption, and I doubt that anyone here was given a mandate from their electorate to do so. There have been rumors that the Tories will call for the resignation of the Executive Board member for Children and Families. We don't think that this will achieve much more than putting another bomb on the same seat, representing a party with no ideology nor vision and lacking authoritative leadership over council officers. The situation is not the result of one bad apple. The problem is a system that's become too focused on managing processes, waiting lists, and organizational structures. In other words, giving the appearance of functioning well, but not focused enough on what matters most, which is giving every child the support they need when they need it, and listening to the families and workers who know what those children need best.
Councillor Venner.
Lord Mayor, I wanted to contribute from the perspective of someone who's previously held responsibility for children's services. The inspection findings are serious and have rightly been accepted. There is clearly significant improvement work ahead, and the experiences of children, young people and families must remain at the centre of the work. The point that I wanted to make is about scrutiny. The recent SEND inspection outcome has underlined the scale of the challenge facing the local area partnership, but it has also demonstrated the importance of the scrutiny work that was already taking place. SEND has been one of the most regularly scrutinised areas within children and families services in recent years. Indeed, members noted in a recent scrutiny discussion that SEND has been considered around 13 times in recent years. That does not mean the challenges were resolved quickly enough, that is clear, but it does mean that the issues were discussed publicly, challenged publicly and scrutinised publicly. As the independent chair of the SEND and Alternative Partnership Improvement Board, Anthony Douglas, reminded scrutiny, if it were easy, it would have been done already. A recognition that identifying a problem is not the same as solving a problem. It is also important to recognise that this is one of the most significant challenges facing local government nationally. Across the country, councils and health partners have seen unprecedented growth and demand, increased complexity of need and mounting pressure on SEND services. The Education Committee concluded that the SEND system is in crisis, failing too many children and families, whilst creating intense pressures on local authorities, schools and health services. Anthony Douglas also made the important point that there are many authorities like Leeds that have an outstanding rating for children's social care and have also received the most serious SEND judgment. And he also noted there is a well-trodden route to improvement in the way we improved hugely over years in children's social care. And perhaps most importantly, and Councillor Morris, I know you might want to listen to this bit, he urged members to depoliticise children's services, especially SEND, observing that you can create more success by cross-party unity. As improvement work progresses, the scrutiny role becomes even more important. The Priority Action Plan, SEND Reform Plan and wider improvement plan will need continued challenge, transparency and accountability. Effective scrutiny is not about blame, it is about ensuring that difficult issues remain visible, that progress is monitored openly and that children, young people and families remain at the heart of decision making. This is the role scrutiny must continue to play. Thank you.
Councillor Hinchcliffe.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. We do move towards the new school year, and it's obviously a stressful time for families, but I want colleagues to think of the families that have a child with special educational need and disabilities, and they're trying to find a specialist provision or a mainstream school with that provision. It can be an incredible stressful time for them. I think they're still stretched to the limit. Alternative provision is taking on more young people than it's designed to. So I just want to highlight the work of SENSAP to thank our officers who in this really deeply difficult climate are acting in the best interests of the children and families wherever they can. Family from Bramley were in touch with me last month, and the child has non-verbal autism and some very complex needs. They also have an EHCP in place already. But yet the rise in demand and the much deeper understanding that we have as a country, as a society in special educational needs now, the family didn't know where to turn. So they went to me, who got in touch with SENSAP and the SEND Front Door team, who were diligent, proactive, caring. Officers guided the family through the process of completing the annual review of the EHCP and secured a child an educational setting that worked for the school, the family, and most importantly, the child. Now, nowhere in this report does it say that this council, the situation this council faces, is due to a failure of political leadership. Now, I could stand here and point the finger as well, but this goes beyond party politics. And we're talking about children with special educational needs, many of whom have severely complex needs and deserve all the support we can give them. So us stood here arguing and pointing the finger at each other is not going to help them. We need to get together to find a solution. And I thought that's what the Green Party was all about, but clearly I'm wrong. That starts with an end to talking about EHCPs as though they're a silver bullet. They're not. The fact is that schools like West Silk, where I'm a governor, don't have the capacity. The fact is that some mainstream settings have almost 50%, they're heading towards 50% of their children having EHCPs in place. So an EHCP does not make a difference to the school if it doesn't have the resource, the physical space and the staff that they need to deliver it. We've heard that schools are full, but they're also full of brilliant and inspiring young people, teachers and school staff who make our communities thrive and our society better for it. They give opportunities to children and young people who just over a decade ago would not have had that chance to reach their potential, gain independence and enjoy their lives. So this administration has rightly accepted the report, put a clear plan in place, and that's why I'm supporting the amendment in the name of Councillor Hayden. Thank you.
Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Councillor Murasanu, it is with great pride that I pass the baton to you as the member for whom Labour members used to groan when they used to stand up and speak on children and families. Use it well is my advice to you. I think it's really important, Lord Mayor, on this issue that a lot of reference has been made to EHCPs that have been dealt with within the 20-week statutory time frame in Leeds sits at 7.3% at present. But no reference has been made to where that figure stood just 5 years ago at 88.7%. That sets the context for the predicament that we are in and also transcends some of the slightly partisan arguments we've heard around things around economic policies and otherwise. This has not been a 14-year, 15-year decline. It's been a 5-year sudden decline, partially due to the pandemic, but as the report sets out from Ofsted as well, a response to decisions made here in this place. There is a lot of hope put on reforms that are coming, and that appears to be a stock response that we're hearing and finding, certainly through scrutiny as well. And I'll again just urge caution. We know the King of the North is coming over the hill. Is winter coming or not? We don't know. But he may or may not be the Messiah. But the truth in that is we are running out of time in this Parliament to get those legislations and those reforms through. So it is right that we also, all of us, put our shoulders to the wheel across the political divide and try and salvage what we can here collectively and do so together. Yesterday, a few of us were at some pension fund trading, and throughout that, I thought Warren Buffett, I think, that said that when it's only when the tide goes out you realise who's been swimming naked. Now, we had the debate about no confidence votes in the executive member last December. That was resolved. All I will say is we have removed everybody else from the beach that was responsible. There is one person left standing. Our plea to you, Councillor Hayden and Councillor Lewis, is to change tack, work with us, and we can all work together for the children of the City of Leeds and improve the SEND service that we all want to see for our residents in the years ahead. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Lewis.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. And I just want to start my contribution to the debate by saying two things. First of all, just to be absolutely clear, and Councillor Hayden said it, and Labour colleagues have said it, and to be fair, other colleagues around the Council chamber have said it, we accept the recommendations, we accept the outcome of the Ofsted inspection. We didn't spend time arguing about it. We recognised the issues that it raised. And I think it's fair to say as well is many of the changes that we have put in place were put in place at the turn of the year before Ofsted came in. We didn't need to wait for Ofsted to tell us what we already knew. And again, just to make the point that Councillor Hayden and others made, you know, we recognise the data and it has not, on the data and the statistics, and they have not been good enough, and that is something I want to be absolutely clear about. I'm glad I'm following Councillor Stevenson because I think he made a valuable point about the need for us to work together. There's substantive recommendations in Councillor Lamb's white paper. We will work towards. I don't want to be disrespectful to the council. It doesn't matter where votes go. We will work towards those. It is a sensible set of recommendations, and I think it shows we can have cross-party working in this council chamber, and that is something that I believe is important here. I think it's also important as well, as Councillor Hayden said, to recognise that Ofsted did pick out some strengths in the service, and it is, and we owe it to the people that work in a broken system, in a very pressured environment with ever-increasing demand, to recognise that Ofsted recognised strengths in the system, particularly around practice and workers, and that is something that I know Councillor Hayden, as Executive Board member, takes great pride in. And finally, the changes we've made to the SEND and AP Improvement Board, again, agreed through Executive Board in February around making sure that parent voices is involved in there is something as well. Hasn't been mentioned too much so far in this debate, but it's something I want to underline as well, that is really important to us. This was an inspection, the Ofsted inspection was into the whole system, including the health service. I also want to say as well, we welcome some of the changes in leadership and process in the health service as well that have come to us. And finally, Councillor Flynn mentioned, I think earlier in the scrutiny report, about the number of times that Children's and Family Scrutiny have recognised this. I think that says, have looked at SEND, I think that says two things to me. First of all, there is a genuine involvement around this council chamber, investment to solve it. People have talked about the casework, and all of us have seen that from war. But I think the second thing as well, it has been studied so much publicly by this council. If there was an easy answer, somebody would have found it already. We're committed to making we're committed to driving forward the improvements, the independent chair of the Send and AP board, and I support and second Councillor Hayden's amendment.
Councillor Cohen, please.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. As has been said, there's nothing new in this report. Councillors, parents, carers, teachers, social workers, Senkos, everybody involved with young people, supporting young people with special educational needs and disabilities, have been telling this administration for many years that the system is not delivering for our vulnerable learners. And the situation has deteriorated to such an extent, as has been said, just 7% of people, young people, are getting their EHCPs within the 20-week statutory deadline. And I stress that word, statutory deadline. We are in breach of the law. And I purposely pause when I say that, because if it were anything else, there'd be outrage up and down the streets. But we are failing our young people in a dramatic sense. We set out to be child-friendly Leeds. I've looked at the child-friendly Leeds proposals. It doesn't say child-friendly so long as you're neurotypical. We set out as a city to make sure that every young person has the ability to be the best they can be. And you're quite right, an EHCP is not a silver bullet, but it is a legal framework that guarantees parents, that guarantees carers, that guarantees that young child a framework of support. And if the provider isn't giving that framework of support, then there is a mechanism to make sure that is put in place. It says that we have to ensure that the resources are there for that young person. It is a legal commitment. This white paper does something fundamental, it does something important. It sets out a sensible, collegiate, transparent, measurable framework to take this dire situation forward at pace. It doesn't politicise it, but it does rightly say that you can't have responsibility without accountability. That's not politicising, that's about recognising that you can't wear a badge that says the buck doesn't even slow down here. Political leadership matters. Responsibility matters. Accountability matters. If it doesn't come from the top, it comes from nowhere. I'm delighted to support this white paper.
Councillor Lamb, now to sum up, please.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Can I start by thanking all members who've taken part in the debate and the collegiate way it's been dealt with and the tone of members across the chamber. For those of you new here, it's not always like this, so be prepared. I welcome that the administration have accepted and acknowledged the report. I welcome the apology. I support that. We all have to take a level of responsibility because we've all been sat in this chamber during this period. The frustration is that it's taken 3 years and an Ofsted report to get that recognition and to get that apology. And people have been telling you there is a serious problem for years. You've said this has been to scrutiny 12 times. It went when I was the chair of Children and Family Scrutiny, which is 4 years ago, and things have got worse and worse and worse. We are 148th out of 151 councils in the country for the length of time it takes us to issue an EHCP. 148th. Yes, there is a national problem and a national issue that needs addressing. I suggest that we have a separate debate about that another day and collectively look to put our recommendations forward, but we have to focus on why it is so much worse in Leeds to be a child and family with special educational needs and disabilities than pretty much anywhere else in the country. That is a shameful fact. It's on all of us, and it's on all of us to fix it. it is quite right that we depoliticise this. It would have been very tempting, and it would have been the normal form in this place to bring a paper that had a motion of no confidence and to be calling for resignations. Is that going to help any of the children and families? Is it going to solve the problem? No, it isn't. So we have put forward a clear plan. There are plans being developed, as has been said, and things have been coming forward for a little while. I do not think there is enough pace and urgency. I do not think it's at a high enough level. And that is what this motion is about. No one wants to hear us play political games with it. They want us to fix the problem, and they want us to fix it quickly. Here is a plan that everybody can get behind. We cannot keep letting children and families down in our city. We should thank and acknowledge all of the staff for the wonderful work that they do in this setting, in schools, in our Children's Services Directorate. They are not to blame for this situation. As the report says, it is a systemic failure. But there must be accountability as well. That comes second. Let's fix the problem first and then look at the accountability. But we need to fix it quickly. Our plan does this. I'm delighted that everybody has accepted the plan. I would urge you to leave it as it is and support our motion. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Now I'd like to call on... I need a seconder, please. She called for a recorded vote. You need to do them one at a time. So we're going to call on the vote for the amendment in the name of Councillor. Are you wanting a... Can I just check, are you wanting a recorded vote on that amendment? You have to do them for each one if you want to. So, as I said, we're going to call on the amendment in the name of Councillor Dobson. I need a seconder, please.
Recorded vote.
So, recorded vote.
Thank you. Would all members please ensure they're in their allocated seats? Members have requested a recorded vote in respect of the amendment in the name of Councillor Dobson. Members should refer to their desk unit, press the green button marked yes plus to vote in favour, red button marked no minus to vote against, and yellow button marked abstain 0 to abstain.
Okay, so the results are yes 43, abstain 5, and no 47. So that amendment is lost. I'm now going to call on the amendment in Councillor Dixon. 1 second. I'm now calling on the amendment in the name of Councillor Dixon. Can I have a seconder, please? Thank you.
Thank you. Members have requested a recorded vote in respect of the amendment in the name of Councillor Dixon. Members should refer to their desk unit and press the green button marked yes plus to vote in favour, red button marked no minus to vote against, yellow button marked abstain 0 to abstain.
So it should be 95. There's one councillor that's not voted. Councillor Iqbal, are you wanting to vote in this? So we have yes 47, abstentions 1, and no 47. As it is a tie, that does mean that that motion is lost. I now call on the third amendment in the name of Councillor Hayden. Can I just say, if you are wanting a recorded vote, can you press your microphone and just speak so we can all hear?
Okay. Oh, recorded vote, please.
Second.
And can I have a seconder, please?
Oh, okay. Second.
Thank you. Members have requested a recorded vote in respect of the amendment in the name of Councillor Hayden. Members should refer to their desk unit, press the green button marked yes plus to vote in favour, red button marked no minus to vote against, and yellow button marked abstain, 0 to abstain.
So that's yes 47, abstentions 10, no 38. That is carried. So now calling on the vote on the fourth amendment in the name of Councillor Goodall.
Recorded vote, please.
Second.
Second.
Thank you. Members have requested a recorded vote in respect of the amendment in the name of Councillor Goodall. Members should refer to their desk unit, press the green button marked yes plus to vote in favour, red button marked no minus to vote against, yellow button marked abstain, 0 to abstain.
So that's yes 14, abstentions 0, no 81. That is lost. And I'd now like to call on the vote for the substantive motion in the name of Councillor Hayden. Do we have a second? Thank you.
Members have requested a recorded vote in respect of the substantive motion in the name of Councillor Hayden. Members should refer to their desk unit, press the green button marked yes plus to vote in favour, red button marked no minus to vote against, yellow button marked abstain, 0 to abstain.
So, yes.
Okay then, so the results are yes 69, abstain 11, and no 15. That is carried. I'm now going to call for a 20-minute break. I think Ed's done enough work so far today. Let's have him a breather. So we're going to have... So if we can all come back here for 25 past, I would ask you all to be prompt. We've still got a few white papers to go, and I know some people have somewhere to be later. All be seated now. Thank you. So I'd like to now move on to the white paper in the name of Councillor Mottinelli.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Before I start, I'd like to also share our condolences for our lost colleagues on behalf of the Leeds Green Party. Now, I'm fortunate enough to travel the length and breadth of this country. But every time I get home, I can't say how much I love this city coming back here and celebrating the 400th birthday. But despite how wonderful this city is, there's still work to do. And one of those areas that I'm sure everyone can agree on is knife crime. In the 10 years up to April 2026, in the year up to April 2026, there was a total of 1,052 incidences where police had to be called because of a bladed weapon. I want to get to a world where that figure is close to zero. In the years that I've spent campaigning on this issue, I've seen the tragic loss of life of 5 people in or close to around my ward. These aren't mere statistics. This is human life. The law of gang culture is all too prevalent, whether it be down to socio-economic factors, the education system failures, or down to young people needing a place to belong. Now, West Yorkshire Police, elected members, council officers, healthcare professionals, and our wonderful third sector organisations have all been doing the hardest they can to try and tackle this issue. But they're often working in silos without a cohesive strategy. Now, we recognise the work that West Yorkshire Combined No Authority has also been doing to tackle serious crime. But we shouldn't be outsourcing work that affects our city. Which is why I'm proposing this cross-party task force with elected members, council officers, West Yorkshire Police, the fire services, the NHS, youth services, and our wonderful third sector organisations. We're often leading the work to divert people away, whether they be perpetrators, and heal victims and their families. So this task force will be working on a plan which we'd implement across our city in a collaborative way, with a public health approach at the very centre. And it must be a data-led solution. We need to empower those who are leading the work to divert our young people away from falling into a culture which could not only harm their own personal life prospects, but also harm the futures of others. So I'd like to commend our youth services and a number of third sector organisations who are already doing a lot of outreach work. They're going into their communities, working with families and young people, and providing them with a place to be and activities to do. But they're chronically under-resourced and underfunded. This proposal would ensure that our youth services, whether council-run or third sector, operated and properly supported for them to lead this vital work and bring in their expertise to the forefront. We further propose that we roll out a programme of education that will teach our young people about the harms of knife crime. We acknowledge that there's some work that's been carried out in schools, and often PCSOs go into schools to help with this. But it's done piecemeal. It requires a dedicated teacher or a PCSO.
Finish your sentence now, please, Councillor.
So with that, I move this white paper.
Now Councillor Hills to second. And
thank you, Lord
just
Mayor.
like to say, this is your maiden speak.
Thank you, Lord Mayor, second, and reserve my right to speak, so not quite yet.
So now we move on to the amendment in the name of Councillor Taylor.
Thank you, Lord Mayor, and I'd like to share our condolence with those who've passed. And I'd also like to wish everyone a happy St Swithin's Day, and with it cooling down a little bit outside, maybe we've got some more pleasant weather, and I know it's red hot in here, but let's hope the nice weather continues for the next 40 days. So, when we're looking at tackling knife crime, we should recognise the devastating impact knife crime has on victims and families and communities across Leeds. The ongoing work of those agencies, professionals and volunteers who work tirelessly to prevent violence and keep our communities safe. Now, I notice on the Green Party's amendment it says that they want to implement a plan to tackle knife crime through a public health approach. It already is a public health approach. Councils note that knife crime is already and widely recognised through a public health approach with the West Yorkshire Police, the NHS, youth services, schools, community groups, violence reduction initiatives and council departments working together to identify risks, intervene early and support vulnerable young people. Council believes that tackling knife crime requires strong partnership, working and sustained support for those organisations already on the front line. This is not the role of councillors to impose additional layers of bureaucracy, governance structures or reporting requirements on agencies that are actively delivering services. Instead, elected members should listen to those with operational responsibility, understand the challenges they face and help secure the resources and the support that they need to achieve further progress. The point of this amendment is to highlight the unintended consequences that follow when councillors and politicians stick their oar in, especially when they don't even understand the basics of how the structure is already run. Council staff and full-time officers, along with frontline staff throughout Leeds, must roll their eyes when a councillor pops up and suggests, "I know how to deliver this," when they've been doing it for decades. Often, this leads to another level of bureaucracy where funds and direction is given way to quick wins, to create political capital, and not only actually deliver results the existing work teams are doing on already, but this might not get through. This amendment might not get through, but if it does or it doesn't, it's for the ether. But I want to point it out that when councillors get involved with things, the unintended consequences can be massive. We should be there to support the communities that are doing it already, the frontline staff that are doing it already to deliver their services. So I want to finish on this. Councillors should listen, assist and support, not add bureaucracy, detract and distort. Thank you.
So Councillor Thackeray to second, and this is also the maidens.
Yep, I'll second and reserve the...
I'd like to move on to the amendment in the name of Councillor Dobson.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I must confess, when I saw this white paper from the Green Party, it made me a little queasy and more than a little nervous for actually some of the points that Councillor Taylor has alluded to around councillors, any of us really, coming up with solutions to complex social issues. And I often think that we need to reflect as a council. Are we actually reflecting the views of the man and the woman on the Clapham omnibus? And if we go too far from what the public are saying about knife crime, it will be to everybody's peril. Because it seems to us that there are strong and robust laws in place for tackling knife crime that need to be applied firmly, fairly and swiftly. Now, that might seem a sort of motherhood and apple pie type statement, but there's far more to it than that, because I think what we've seen as a society going back 2 decades and more is a failure of the state. Now, many of us will remember the horrific racist murder of Stephen Lawrence that wasn't investigated properly because the police at the time took a view that it was just another black lad and his death, murder, wasn't given due diligence. And that family fought for many years to achieve something like justice. We fast forward to more recent times. when you've got Barnaby Webber and Grace O'Malley Kumar murdered because, again, failures of the state around adequate provision, mental health provision for the perpetrator, and then more recently the case of Henry Novak, when there seems to have been a complete flip in attitude of the police, and that case wasn't immediately investigated properly on the scene because of assumptions made around the character of the victim. And that leads us to a conclusion, which is a clear conclusion. One, the law has to be applied firmly, properly and fairly, and more than that, without any preconceived notions as to the victims or the perpetrators. And if this council has got a duty, it's to ourselves to make sure that becomes embedded in our thinking. It's to lobby our MPs to make sure it's embedded in their thinking. It's to make sure at a local, regional level, the elected mayor knows our thinking. And it's for the government. But we need a collective position on this issue that if we're going to talk seriously about this, let's understand the causes, let's hold a mirror up, and it might be uncomfortable. Now, I will say, if I'd have had sight of Councillor A. Carter's amendment, I'd probably ask to second it because it's not a million miles away from what we wanted to say on the subject anyway. And we will be supporting that amendment. But nevertheless, the solutions are simple. I just think we need to look them in the face and accept that we've got a societal problem that's been pretty much of the making of the state going back 3 decades, and it's time we just fessed up to that and started putting it right. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Field to second.
Second, Lord Mayor.
And now we move on to the amendment in the name of Councillor Carter.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. In moving this amendment, I want to begin by referring to the tragedy surrounding the appalling death of Henry Nowak and extend our condolences to his family for what good they'll do. It's not long since, though, there was another tragedy in Southport where young girls were murdered, their lives brutally taken through knife crime, and now what appears to be the brutal political murder of Dame Anne Widdicombe. And only this week, here in Leeds, officers were called to Lidgett Towers in Leeds. Armed police were called. A machete attack, the Leeds Tower block, and one seriously injured. These events should remain fresh in our minds and remind us of the urgent need to confront knife and violent crime with determination and urgency. Of course, it's absolutely right that the probation service, youth services, education, social services, all the agencies of the state and the council do everything in our power to ensure that everyone understands the risk and consequences of knife crime on their victims, their families, and the victims' families. However, I find it disappointing that the Greens have chosen this time to bring forward this white paper. I'm pleased that Councillor Ali did refer to the work being done. I don't know about you, Councillor Harland, but I think it's a bit of a snub to those hard-working officers in Safer Leeds who are working across the piece. They're working with each other, cross-departmental, outside of Leeds as well as within Leeds, trying to get this sort of education and training carried out. If the Greens had looked more closely, they would have recognised the valuable cross-agency work already happening to educate young people, all people, in this city. The simple fact is, however, that a very small number of individuals are fixated on extreme violence. Those individuals pose a real and present danger, and in a democratic society we must confront that reality. There must be an acceptance that some people cannot be rehabilitated, and the police must have the resources, the authority and the confidence, both from us, senior officers in the police force, the government and the mayoral authority. They need to know they can act without fear or favour in protecting the public. The current situation undermines public confidence in law enforcement. I would urge all members of the Council to read the second part of the investigation into what went wrong at Southport. It is a litany of avoidable mistakes that now have to be addressed across the country. To paraphrase Councillor Lamb's comments, when a young person, if any person, dies violently and willfully, that life is lost forever. Think on that when you vote. Thank you.
Councillor Butler to second.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I second and reserve the right to speak, which I will be taking up.
Now move to the amendment in the name of Councillor Dixon.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Knife crime is one of the most serious challenges facing communities across our country. Behind every statistic is a victim, a grieving family and a community left traumatised. That is why I welcome this motion and support its ambition to tackle knife crime through a public health approach. My amendment strengthens the motion by adding family breakdown to the list of factors associated with knife crime alongside poverty, economic insecurity and lack of opportunity. If we are serious about prevention, we must be willing to look honestly at the evidence surrounding those who commit these offences, not to stigmatise individuals or communities, but to better understand the circumstances that place young people at risk. So the evidence is clear that serious youth violence is shaped by a combination of factors. Deprivation matters. Knife crime and serious youth violence are concentrated in some of the most deprived communities, where young people often face limited opportunities and social exclusion. The Home Affairs Committee has also identified adverse childhood experiences, poor parental support, social isolation and peer influences as significant risk factors. They found that people who experience 4 or more adverse childhood experiences are almost 7 times more likely to become perpetrators of violence in later life. That does not mean that family breakdown causes crime, nor does it mean that children from single-parent or disadvantaged families are destined to offend. The overwhelming majority do not. Individuals remain responsible for their own actions, but if we are adopting a public health approach, we cannot ignore evidence showing that stable family relationships, positive role models and early support are important protective factors. So my amendment broadens diversionary work beyond the Council's youth service to include local charities and national organisations. Across Leeds, there are organisations already doing excellent work, mentoring vulnerable young people, supporting families and providing positive alternatives to gangs and criminality. They should be recognised as key partners in this work. Finally, my amendment proposes a new community and family strand. Leeds owns buildings that are currently standing empty. Where appropriate, we should explore repurposing suitable vacant built properties as youth facilities or community hubs, giving young people safe spaces, providing support for families and strengthening communities before problems escalate. If we can intervene before a child joins a gang, before they carry a knife, before they become both a perpetrator and potentially a victim, we have a far better chance of preventing tragedy. Enforcement alone will never solve knife crime. We need effective policing, but we also need prevention. We need consequences, but we also need opportunity. We need to tackle deprivation, but we must also strengthen families and communities. By adding family breakdown to the motion, widening the organisations involved in diversionary work and creating a community and family commitment, this amendment makes the motion stronger, more comprehensive and more likely to deliver meaningful results. If Leeds is serious about being a city of belonging, then we must ensure every young person has somewhere to belong before gangs offer them that sense of belonging instead. I therefore ask you all to support my amendment. Thank you.
Councillor Ogden-Golden to.
Thank you. I second this amendment.
And now we call on the amendment in the name of Councillor Harland.
Mary will do, Lord Mayor. That's what I was christened. So, thank you, Lord Mayor. And I have to say, in moving this amendment, I'd like to make it clear that the intention is to strengthen the motion put forward by the Green Group by specifically referencing the importance of the partnership work that we undertake and will continue to undertake with our third sector and voluntary partners. I think that everyone in this chamber is united in wanting to see an end to knife crime and serious youth violence. And I would hope that we all agree with the sentiment expressed in both the original motion and our amendment that as a council we abhor anyone who tries to make political capital out of truly tragic circumstances. Leeds, and it's been said numerous times today, is a welcoming and diverse city. We are a city of sanctuary. All are welcome, and we will not tolerate those who seek to sow the seeds of division. I'd like to take this opportunity to update you all on some of the fantastic and extensive work we and our partners are already undertaking on this issue. And I say some as there's a lot more, but I've only got 4 minutes. We work with partners including West Yorkshire Police, education settings, Leeds Teaching Hospitals Trust, the courts and the third sector to deliver programmes and interventions to tackle knife crime under Project Shield, which I hope you will all have heard of. Some of these programmes include, and this is not inclusive. The first one is No Knives, Safer Lives, which is supported by senior judges and led by the Recorder of Leeds. Junior Detectives, which is a West Yorkshire-led immersive anti-crime project aimed at Year 8 pupils. It's a 5-day project using the university campus and First Direct Arena as the crime scene. Detective in a Day is a West Yorkshire Police-led programme held at the University of Leeds. One Life, No Knives, a partnership between Project Shield and the Emergency Department Trauma Team at Leeds Teaching Hospitals Trust, delivered from both a policing and a public health perspective. The 90-Minute Project is a 6-week initiative addressing youth violence and antisocial behaviour that has been rolled out to secondary schools citywide. SAFE Project provides targeted support for young people, including education inclusion, mentors and police-led youth work programmes. As I said, these are just a few initiatives that we're involved in. And we are making a difference. Total knife crime involving an offender or victim under the age of 18 fell by 23% in the last recording period. We've also seen cases where the victim is under 18 fall by 33%. There is clearly more to be done, and we remain fully committed to continuing our work in this area, but the reduction we have already seen is welcome. None of us want to see children injured or dying on our streets. The recent government investment of $925,000 for the Young Futures Hubs and the Youth Transformation Pilot are further examples of where the importance of early intervention and diversionary programmes are recognised, funded and put in place. Knife crime is a nationwide issue, and in Leeds we have both national and local programmes and commitments in place to tackle and ensure our city remains safe and, more importantly, welcoming for all. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Arif.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. This is a really important conversation. I'm pleased, Councillor Ali, you brought it to the Chamber. Only a few years ago, we lost 16-year-old Irfan Wahid to knife crime in Hare Hills, and his family is yet to recover from this loss. I want to start by paying tribute to our third sector partners, just like Councillor Harland has, whose dedication makes a real difference to the lives of young people across Leeds. As a councillor from Hare Hills, I want to highlight the outstanding work of Catch, a truly exceptional organisation at the heart of my ward. Hare Hills has one of the youngest population in Leeds, and we know that early intervention is one of the most effective ways to prevent young people from becoming involved in violence. Through our Violence Reduction Partnership, Catch delivers targeted youth engagement for young people aged 9 to 17, providing positive activities that reduce the risk factors associated with youth violence. The Superstars Voluntary Development Programme helps young people build confidence, resilience and leadership skills, while their mentoring and one-to-one support gives practical and emotional help to overcome barriers to education, training and employment. Catch also works very closely with local school, the youth service and the Together cluster, showing the value of organisations working together to support our young people. The impact is clear. During 25-26, Catch engaged with more than 1,240 young people, significantly exceeding its targets. That is 1,240 opportunities to inspire, support and change lives. Knife crime has blighted communities for far too long, and I'm proud of the work this council is doing with our partners to tackle it, alongside the initiatives outlined by Councillor Harland. Leeds has 2 knife bins located in Chapeltown and in Hare Hills, allowing knives and bladed weapons to be safely disposed of. Every knife removed from our streets is a potential life saved. This is also a national challenge, and I welcome the action taken to ban zombie knives and machetes, making it illegal not only to possess them, but also to manufacture, sell and supply them. We're making real progress, but there's always more to do, Lord Mayor. By continuing to invest in prevention, early intervention and community organisations like Catch, we're giving young people opportunities instead of violence and hope instead of fear. I hope we continue on that journey as a council. Thank you. I second the white paper.
Thank you. Now I'd like to call on Councillor Hills, and again this is their maiden speech.
Let me first say that I welcome Councillor Dixon and Councillor Holland's amendments here. They really strengthen the motion. And Councillor Arif's speech, which I think makes clear how important this work is. Discussions around knife crime are not a point-scoring exercise, and nor is it an abstract national debate. Almost weekly here in Little London and Woodhouse, not a 10-minute walk from this building, I have residents who say they've been fearful coming back home or taking children to school. And in the face of this, knife crime can seem like a huge, unsolvable and poorly understood concept, but as many people already in this chamber have said, this isn't the case. Researchers and advocacy organisations the world across have been calling for many years for a joined-up, community-focused and public health-led approach, and this white paper calls on our council to commit itself fully to that. The World Health Organization, for example, has long argued that violence itself should be treated as a public health issue, and we've seen what that means in practice elsewhere in the UK. The Violence Reduction Unit in Scotland demonstrated that by bringing in partnerships with youth workers, education, mental health support teams and early intervention specialists, serious violence can be reduced over the long term, and our West Yorkshire Combined Authority's own Violence Reduction Partnership does some of that work already. However, we still see consistently some of the highest levels of knife-enabled crime outside of London. And behind every statistic is a real person whose life has been either ended or made immeasurably worse. The truth here is that every family affected carries that pain long after the headlines have faded. But we must also recognise another quite uncomfortable truth, that many of the young people, primarily young men, who carry knives are themselves frightened, exploited or traumatised, and are far more likely to become victims of violence themselves. In areas with high background violence, young people often carry weapons as a perceived means of protection, perpetuating a cycle of knife carrying locally. As elected representatives, we need to simultaneously weigh these truths and understand that any individual case of criminal violence is a symptom of broader societal failures. That's poverty, local deprivation, and a lack of opportunity. For years, the default political response, and we've seen that from across the chamber, has been to promise more policing and tougher enforcement. And this has failed on several levels. Policing in general is underfunded, and many local forces are operating on a shoestring. But even in places across the UK where policing has been increased, knife crime remains a consistent issue. It's true that policing has a role to play, and those who harm others must be held to account and ideally rehabilitated. But policing on its own isn't the answer. This paper is necessary because it commits us to an approach rooted in public health, education and prevention, tackling the causes of violence rather than simply responding to its consequences. And so I ask us to commit to cross-party working and to collaboration that also brings in council departments, NHS services, fire services, youth services, among others, to additional diversionary work that prevents young people from becoming involved in situations where knife crime is prevalent, and to education programmes that do more than frighten young people, but rather help them to understand why this work is necessary in the first place. Thank you so much.
Now I'd like to count on Councillor Hartbrook.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. There's been lots of discussion and lots of context that's been added throughout the discussion today on top of the information that's in the white papers. I think within the white papers and the discussion, Councillor Taylor made some very solid points around the professional agencies and the work that they do. Councillor Arif, Councillor Harland, you rattled off so many groups I was completely unaware of. I couldn't keep up, but again, amplifying the good work that is already happening in the communities. I think what we can all agree is knife crime is a scourge. It devastates families, damages communities, and as recent tragic events have reminded us, can affect anyone, anywhere. Every member of this chamber, and I've certainly heard it today, wants to see fewer victims and safer streets. What I find surprising about this motion, however, is not its objective, but its timing and abundant failure to recognise the significant work already underway across Leeds and West Yorkshire. Councillor Arif talks about working in silos, yet demonstrates it amply. Since 2019, the West Yorkshire Violent Reduction Partnership has brought together West Yorkshire Police, local authorities, schools, colleges, NHS, youth justice services, probation, community organisations to tackle the root cause of violence through a public health approach. It supported thousands of young people. Alongside that sits Operation Gemlock, West Yorkshire Police's dedicated knife and serious crime and crime victim team. Since 2019, it's made over 15,000 arrests and removed more than 3,260 weapons from our streets and targeted identified crime hotspots across the country. This paper, put forward by the Greens, calls for a public health approach. We've already got one. It calls for partnership working. We already have it, but clearly that needs strengthening. It calls for diversionary work and engagement with schools. That is already happening, including with West Yorkshire Fire Brigade, who Councillor Downs has informed me is doing some really sterling work in that area. Indeed, recent figures suggest that knife crime involving under 25s has fallen 16%, and knife crime-enabled robberies down by around 18% in the last 18 months. I'm also cautious about suggestion that knife crime is primarily driven by poverty and economic insecurity. Poverty may be present in some of those cases, but correlation is not causation, and there are many other factors involved. So I think this motion, we do need to do more on knife crime. I think we need a white paper, if we're to sign up to something, that takes into account and shows evidence as it's submitted to this chamber that discussions have been had already and engaged with partners who would work with us on this, rather than coming in and making political points in the wake of recent headlines. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Now let's call on Councillor Buckley.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. This is a very important issue, isn't it? Including for the City of Leeds, because we're not immune from all this explosion of knife crime. Councillor Ali acknowledges knife crime, of course. But then he tells us that he wants to talk about it, not necessarily do something about it. He wants a so-called task force, otherwise known as another committee. That's what it is, to talk about these matters. Councillors, officers, NHS, youth services, all to be taken away from frontline services while they talk about it. Now, what surprised me in his motion was that there's not a single mention of personal responsibility, or for that matter, parental responsibility. These are fundamental duties of every citizen. When I was a small boy in the 1950s, people took... What was that? I know you couldn't possibly think I was so old, could you? People had a more robust attitude to crime. In the Ten Commandments, it says, "Thou shalt not kill." And there's something very similar, is there not, in the Quran? However, it doesn't say, "Thou shalt not kill except when you are poor," or when you suffer from economic insecurity, or when you have a lack of opportunity. What we need are things like more stop and search, far tougher punishment from the courts. We need more visible and robust policing and an actual crackdown on this scourge, not grandstanding, virtue signalling and more committees. The cause of knife crime is criminality and evil-doing. The government and the West Yorkshire Mayor can also help by reinstating PCSO numbers to make the police more visible and provide eyes on the ground, and by extending the use of stop and search. This is what we need. We don't need more talk, we need some robust action. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Hamilton.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I'm supporting this amendment in the name of Councillor Harlan. I want to start by welcoming the cross-party support for tackling this issue. We all know that knife crime, especially among young people, is a national issue, and every single life loss is a tragedy. We are taking this seriously in Leeds, which is why we are working so hard with our partners on many different intervention programs targeted at young people from primary school upwards, some of which were outlined by Councillor Harlan earlier. In addition to these targeted programs, Project Shield also makes use of knife arches, knife sweep, facial recognition technology, and CCTV deployment. In the city centre, there are joint patrol with the police, street marshal, youth outreach workers, and other partners, support targeted enforcement as well as intervention initiative. Additionally, there is a weekly multi-agency early intervention panel for children aged 10 to 17 who have come to police attention twice within 12 months. Another example of early intervention before issues escalate. We are also deploying a trained resources for officers in education setting across the city around serious youth violence. We understand the urgency, and we are fully committed to maintaining our focus on this moving forward. The Green White Paper set out a direction of travel. Our amendment simply adds to that. Our third sector partners are absolutely vital in this work. They know our communities and they know the people within them. We rely on them for that knowledge and for the relationship they built with some of our most at-risk individuals. We cannot hope to address this issue without them. We, unfortunately, know that there are some who try to use this issue as political capital to further their agenda. We absolutely reject that in Leeds. Our city is welcoming and inclusive. We embrace our diversity, and we will not tolerate any attempt to spread hate or incite division. That's simply not what Leeds is all about. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Firth.
Thank you very much indeed, Lord Mayor. I'll just switch the fan off. Without fear or favour, our police need to be able to enforce the law. And the nature of where we stand at the moment is that a week ago, the chair of the second inquiry into the Southport situation, disgraceful, well, I can't think of the word, said that we are dealing with a growing challenge of individuals that are fixated on violence. Correct. And as a result, therefore, to talk about now a situation where it's a public health concern, the work that this council is doing with various different bodies, from the Violence Reduction Unit to the Mayor's Office to the work across West Yorkshire Police, we're already doing part of what's happening here. And what would a cross-party working group do on top of that? It may offer some insights from our local areas,
But at the same time, shouldn't we already be doing that already? We should be calling for a national commission on zombie knives and machetes. It's not too long ago that this council found out that it was by some way, in a sort of indirect way, was renting out a shop that was selling those same knives. Now, in the end, that's been closed down as far as I'm aware. But the nature of how this violence is spreading is pretty clear across our city. From the issue in the Larkfields that was mentioned that took place yesterday, to the issues that really hit home with me as somebody who came from Winmore and saw that in 2021, a lad went to a fight with a machete and had his own hand chopped off because of the gang violence involved. And then on top of that as well, in the year that Councillor Ali first stood for council in 2022, and sadly lost the election. Then following that, in the August, there was a major incident in the Edgewares, which led to a wider enhanced stop and search provision across the entirety of the whole area because of the fundamental issue that's here. There are people fixated on violence for reasons other than just what is mentioned in Councillor Ali's paper. There can be criminal elements, and therefore we need to deal those who are dealing with criminality to do their job and give them the power to do that. Now, the Leader of the Opposition has talked about a famous phrase and used it to this effect. We need to take back our streets. That doesn't involve setting up another committee. That involves actually supporting the police in what they're doing and making sure they can do it in the first place. It means that when we look at the police figures, we ensure that they've got enough police to do so. It is actually clear that since the last general election, the number of police across England and Wales has actually declined, despite promises from the administration's party. And just 2 years ago, in that same year as that election in 2024, we'll remember the 27-foot-high knife angel that stood outside the Royal Armouries. That was a warning then. We're doing work in it already. Committees will not solve things unless we give the police the backing to do their job. And we must do that in the first place. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. I'd like to call on Councillor Ali to sum up.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. So in the 10 years between 2013 and 2023, there were 9,231 incidents where police were called out because of a bladed weapon. Now, if we listen to Councillor Hartley-Brooke, then we'd think that everything's going fine and we don't need to do anything else, because everyone's doing everything that we can possibly do. So, and if we listen to our colleagues in Reform, we had a Kirklees councillor, Reform councillor, stand up and say she doesn't know what an amendment is. And I think that trend is carrying on over here, because what we've got is, and I'm going to quote, it's not the role of councillors. Okay? It's exactly the role of councillors. It's exactly the role of councillors to look at a problem and try and find a solution. It's a shame that I have to educate you on that. And so it's once again, Reform have come out and proved how inadequate they are. So, and in terms of Councillor Dobson and Councillor Carter, a hardline police approach hasn't worked. And I'll give you the case study of Glasgow. Glasgow was riddled with knife crime. They took a public health approach and reduced knife crime by 65%. Because they tackle the problems, not just trying to stick everyone in jails. More prisons, more bars and more guards doesn't solve the problem. You have to find the root causes. Councillor Harlan, thank you for your amendment. And Councillor Arif's Catch do a fantastic job. And in order to inform this white paper, I had conversations with volunteers from Catch. I had conversations with our youth service, with third sector organisations like the Youth Endowment Fund. So lots of research went into this white paper before I pulled it together. Now, Councillor Carter, you mentioned Henry Novak. I'm sure it wouldn't be too presumptuous of me to send all our condolences to the family of Henry Novak. But a little bit closer to home, and this is what triggered this white paper. 19-year-old Harry Abbott from Seacroft was murdered, and his killer was jailed, Alfie Milbourne, someone who had no fixed abode, someone who was struggling, who got involved in crime, who got involved with drugs and ended up doing that activity, he got convicted for manslaughter.
Red light, Councillor. Can you finish your sentence? Now going to call on the vote for the amendment in the name of Councillor Taylor.
Recorded vote, please.
Can I have a seconder?
Seconded.
Okay, would members please ensure they're in their allocated seats? Members have requested a recorded vote in respect of the amendment in the name of Councillor Taylor. Members should refer to their desk unit and press the green button for yes, red button for no, yellow button for abstain.
So we do have a number of members that haven't voted yet. Would you like to just take a few minutes just to decide if you want to vote? Okay, so yeses 14, abstain 19, no 58. That amendment is lost. And now I'd like to call on the amendment in the name of Councillor Dobson.
Please. Recorded vote, please.
Okay, members have requested a recorded vote in respect to the amendment in the name of Councillor Dobson. Members should refer to their desk unit, press green for yes, red for no, yellow for abstain.
So we have yeses 27, abstain 54, noes 12, so that is carried. Now going to call for the amendment in the name of Councillor Carter.
Recorded vote, please.
Second.
Thank you.
Members have requested a recorded vote in respect of the amendment in the name of Councillor Carter. Members should refer to their desk unit and press green for yes, red for no, yellow for abstain.
So, yeses 31, abstention 52, noes 11, that is carried. I'm now going to call for the amendment in the name of Councillor Dixon.
Recorded vote, please.
Thank you.
Members have requested a recorded vote in respect of the amendment in the name of Councillor Dixon. Members should refer to their desk unit, press green yes, red for no, yellow for abstain.
Again, we've got a few members that haven't voted yet. I'll just give you a few more minutes to see if you want to do. Okay, so yes, 15. Abstentions, 75. Noes, 1. That is carried. Now I'd like to call on the vote on the amendment in Councillor... If you at least let me finish announcing what the vote is before you ask for it, we will give you the recorded vote. So, this is Councillor Harlan's amendment.
Recorded vote, please. I was just trying to beat Christiana.
Can I have a seconder, please? Thank you.
Members have requested a recorded vote in respect to the amendment in the name of Councillor Harland. Members should refer to their desk unit, press green for yes, red for no, yellow for abstain.
So, yeses 58, abstentions 9, no 27, that is carried. I'd now like to call for a vote on the substantive motion in the name of Councillor Harland.
Recorded vote, please, Lord Mayor.
Can I have a second?
Thank you. Members have requested a recorded vote in respect to the substantive motion in the name of Councillor Harland. Members should refer to their desk units and press green for yes, red for no, yellow for abstain.
Can we have a bit of quiet in the chamber, please? So, yeses, sorry, I'm jumping the gun. Yes, 61, 9 abstentions, 24 noes, so that is carried. Now I'd like to call for the white paper in the name of Councillor Galton.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I'm assuming everybody's read the white paper motion, so I won't just read it out as part of my speech. One of the things I will point out is the motivation behind it. And one of the things that we saw today was a deputation that came that talked about shop mobility. It was a reminder that a lot of what we assume about how this city works actually works very differently from the point of view of other people. And we've just had a debate about what we classify as serious crime. However, Lord Mayor, I would suggest that if you're a disabled person and you can't leave your property because somebody is parked outside your house all the time, then effectively you've been kidnapped and the quality of your life has been irreparably harmed. However, if you talk to the local police, they will turn around to you and say, this is a low-level crime, and therefore we can't commit our resources to tackling it in a consistent fashion. That's why, Lord Mayor, I put forward this white paper, because people need to have equal accessibility to our streets. Pavements are for people. And I know that we've got a higher level of car ownership these days, and I know that the cars that people own have changed. So they've got bigger, they're heavier because they're electric. They've become more expensive as well, and people feel very protective of their property, and they want to make sure that they get damaged as little as possible, because then they get stung by the insurance companies. However, Lord Mayor, there needs to be a point where we say everybody needs to be included, and when we say our streets are accessible and our streets should be safe, then everybody needs to be enabled to appreciate that. And that's what this white paper is all about. So, Lord Mayor, we talked about scrutiny earlier as well. What I can say I can point to a scrutiny inquiry actually giving us a new perspective on life. So I remember Councillor Dowson was there at the time on our scrutiny board, and we were talking about pavement parking, and we were talking about how it was difficult because the police won't police obstruction as an offence when people, because that's how you get people who pavement park. And of course the council say, well, we can't enforce it because we don't have a traffic regulation order. And we got a response back from the Deputy Mayor of Police, Alison Lowe, and she said, you can actually enforce pavement parking, and I'll send you the legislation which allows you to do that. And because she did that, Lord Mayor, I was able to make an inquiry of highways to discover that actually all of us elected members have been gaslighted for years, because we were told that the council has no powers to do anything about pavement parking, whereas actually there is a law that says you can put in traffic regulation orders. And in fact, they'd actually done one. They'd done one ever, and it's in Headingley. So we can do this. We don't have to wait for government to sort us out. We'll no get a response to say the government is consulting on sweeping powers that we can have in terms of enforcing our street. Well, do you know what? If we always wait for government, nothing will ever happen. Lord Mayor, we have something here which basically says we can take that responsibility on ourselves. We can create our own traffic regulation orders in those areas where people want them, because I appreciate that some of our streets are not designed not to have vehicles parked on the pavements because there isn't enough road for them to go on. But Lord Mayor, this is a start for us to actually give people a response which isn't always mañana, or the government will sort it out for us. We have the powers, let's use them, and influence our partners in the police to enforce the things that they can. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Downs to...
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Just on that point about parking enforcement, I was unaware. I'd always been told in my many years as a councillor that the council couldn't enforce pavement parking. So it's actually interesting to know that they can, and I feel they should. And if we increase the number of enforcement officers, that can become a reality. One of the issues around that is I've seen people in wheelchairs and also with buggies having to go out into the carriageway to avoid, because the pavement was blocked, and then go into the lane of traffic. And that, if we're looking at Vision Zero, that is something which we need to address to make sure that accidents don't happen in that way. When it comes down to the car parking, on the exec board papers for tomorrow, Otley is not mentioned. And as ward members, we would like a review of the Otley parking, including a consultation with our residents and businesses. We were promised money when the scheme was introduced back in the 1990s, but so far not a penny has come back to Otley. It's all remained in Leeds. And then I'm going to move on to the charges on the Chevin. We, along with over 80% of respondents to the consultation, opposed them. Sadly, it proved that the consultation was merely a box-ticking exercise, as it was ignored. When briefed by officers that the charges would be coming into place, we were told that it was to fund works on the Chevin. We were promised that this would happen, as there was little to no budget for some of the works elsewhere. However, again, like with our district centre parking, no money has come back to my ward, and it's all been spent elsewhere. So my residents, again, have been shortchanged. And bear in mind, the only way to pay for parking on the Chevin is via a mobile phone, and not all networks have coverage in the car parks there. So this means that people are being excluded from enjoying the Chevin. This is having a direct impact on other parts of my ward, with more visitors to Yeadon Tarn causing problems as the car park is full and having to park on nearby streets causing obstructions. They visit because it is free or because they cannot park on the Chevin. There is an excellent proposal from Folklore Otley CIC to return the White House on the Chevin back into use as a cafe, as it's been neglected for many years and left empty. And one of the challenging factors is bringing water supply back up to potable water standards. So funding for this would be a good use of the car parking money. If we do have to have charges, please can we have some of it back in Otley? We've been ignored for far too long. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Lamb.
Thank you, Lord Mayor.
In moving this amendment, I just want to be clear that we totally support what has been put forward by Councillor Galton. It's intended to be helpful and just recognise the fact there is going to be a review of parking charges in district centres, assuming Executive Board colleagues agree to that next week, and I very much hope that they do. It is a constant source of frustration, pavement parking. The number of people that have never seen it through other people's eyes astonishes me. That they just see everything through the eyes of a motorist, think they're helping other motorists by taking up the entire footpath to try and keep it clear, the road clear, and then, as has been described, to see people in wheelchairs, buggies, mobility scooters, simply unable to navigate where they want to go because there's no dropped curb in some places, there's just no provision. So this is absolutely something we need to look at, and like you, I'm staggered to hear that we've been told over and over and over again there's nothing the council can do, it's down to the police to enforce, and it turns out now that there is things we can do as a council. Well, let's get on and do it quickly, because there's quick wins rather than waiting for everybody else to do something. My main motivation, won't surprise you, is around the district centre parking charges and the charges at parks, which have been so damaging. Everything everybody told you was going to happen has happened. Yep. And it speaks to something else, because I still feel, a few months on from the election, that there's a lot of members and officers who just haven't recognised that the world has moved on in this place. And we need to start working differently. There is no party with overall control, and it is time to start listening. Now, here's a good start. It sticks in the throat a little that there are some members already who voted to impose these charges on places like Horsforth and Guiseley and Wetherby and Garforth and Rothwell and other places that are now trying to claim credit for being the ones who've got a review. Well, that is nonsense. That is absolute nonsense. So I think we all know where we are on that. We have seen in many places the dire consequences, less people coming to town, the main car parks less than half full on the busiest days, accidents in our towns because of all the parking where on unrestricted streets where people never used to park before, the damage to people's jobs, £600 it would cost a minimum wage worker in Wetherby just to get to work and park. There isn't a bus service that's suitable to replace them. As has been described, we were promised money from those charges. Well, I haven't seen a penny yet or any proposals to spend anything in our community, and I suspect the same is elsewhere. I can assure Otley colleagues, because we have moved amendments year after year, including Otley in this, and at Executive Board, I will be putting forward an amendment that Otley should be reviewed as well, and hopefully Executive members, when they speak, can confirm that that is simply an oversight, and they will correct that and make sure that those charges that affect your community. There's a lot of affinity between Wetherby and Otley, and I recognise that your situation is looking at as well, and I will wholeheartedly support that. So our amendment simply seeks to enhance what Councillor Galton has put forward. It was criminal that we did this. In our case, 97% of 6,000 people in Wetherby said this was a terrible idea and they didn't want it. You did it anyway. It's time to change how we work and start listening to local communities and local members, people who know their patches best, and actually take on board the things we say. And you wouldn't get into these messes in the first place, but at least we have an opportunity now to put it right. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
So, Councillor Farmer, I'd like to invite Councillor Farmer to speak, and this is their maiden speech.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I rise to second the Conservative amendment to the parking white paper. As a newly elected councillor, I am grateful for the opportunity to speak today and contribute to this important debate. Whilst we all recognise the need for effective parking management across our city, we must ensure that any changes genuinely work for residents and visitors rather than simply creating additional costs and different challenges. In my ward of Adel and Wharfdale, many residents have raised concerns about parking charges at Golden Acre Park and Otley Shevin. All our treasured green spaces in Leeds help improve physical health, mental well-being and quality of life. We should be encouraging people to visit them, not making that decision more difficult by adding a financial burden. I am proud to represent Adel and Wharfdale, It is an area that many people view as affluent, but that perception does not tell the full story. There are residents and families in my ward who rely on council services, who face financial pressures and who need support. Parking charges have placed an additional strain on these families. The Conservative amendment calls for a review of parking charges in major parks. This would go alongside the welcome reassessment of charges in district centres. With your indulgence, Lord Mayor, I'd like to pay tribute to my predecessors, Barry and Caroline Anderson, and the hugely valuable contribution they made to the city over many years. I am very fortunate to serve alongside two dedicated ward colleagues, Billy and David, whose knowledge and commitment to our area have already been an enormous support to me. This year is particularly special as we celebrate Leeds 400. It is a proud moment in our city's history. I especially enjoyed the civic service at the Minster on Sunday evening. Such wonderful music and really diverse and inspirational speakers. They did the city proud. As a newly appointed trustee of the Lord Mayor's Appeal, I look forward to raising much needed funds for two outstanding charities, Mesmac and St Gemma's Hospice. St Gemma's holds a special place in my heart as someone who grew up in Moortown, where the hospice is based. Both charities have a huge and positive impact on the people that use and benefit from their services, their expertise and their care. Finally, I look forward to working with councillors from all parties in the months and years ahead. We will not always agree, and healthy debate is an important part of local democracy. But I believe we all come to this chamber with the same objective, to do what we believe is best for the residents of Leeds. I've been a councillor for 10 weeks. I still have much to learn, and I welcome that challenge. I look forward to serving our communities, contributing constructively to debate, and respecting the traditions and responsibilities of this great council. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. I'd like to ask Councillor Dixon to stand.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Parking is one of the issues that residents often raise with us. Whether it's outside schools, our district centres, around our parks or on residential streets, people rightly expect the council to ensure that our roads are safe, accessible and properly managed. This amendment recognises that across many parts of Leeds that simply is not happening. Too often we see vehicles parked on pavements, across drop curbs, on double yellow lines or in ways that simply obstruct the highway. The people who suffer most are disabled residents, older people, parents with pushchairs and children. We're often forced into the road because the pavement has been blocked. For some, irresponsible parking can mean they are unable to leave their homes safely at all. Residents are increasingly telling us that enforcement is inconsistent. In some communities like ours, it feels almost non-existent. While in others there is much greater visibility, that inconsistency undermines confidence that the rules are being applied fairly across the city. We also recognise that parking policy can have unintended consequences in some locations. The introduction of parking charges in district centres and major parks has displaced vehicles into surrounding residential streets, creating new problems for our local communities. That is why we are calling for an immediate review of those parking charges so that the council can properly assess their wider impact. As part of this amendment, we are also proposing an important additional measure. We're calling for all parking charges at the Leeds Urban Bike Park to be suspended until this review is complete. This is a practical and proportionate step. It allows the council to assess the evidence before asking people to continue paying charges that may simply be moving the parking problems elsewhere. It also demonstrates that where concerns are raised by residents and park users, we are prepared to listen and act while full review takes place. However, reviewing charges alone is not enough. Better enforcement must be part of the solution. That is why this amendment calls for the number of traffic enforcement officers to be doubled within the next 12 months, providing more consistent enforcement in every community across Leeds. We're also calling for stronger joint working between the Council and West Yorkshire Police, where dangerous or obstructive parking is taking place. Residents deserve to know that agencies are working together effectively, whether through increased enforcement or the introduction of pavement parking traffic regulation orders where communities want them. Finally, we're asking the Council to commit to using all existing and future powers available to tackle dangerous parking and protect the people of Leeds. This is a balanced amendment. It recognises that enforcement must be fair, that policies should be reviewed where they are creating unintended consequences, and that public safety must always come first. I ask you to support my amendment. Thank you.
I'd like to call on Councillor Pogson-Golden to second.
Thank you. I second this amendment.
And now I'd like to call on the amendment in the name of Councillor Gibson.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. So there is actually quite a bit in this white paper that we do agree with, Councillor Galton. We all know that irresponsible and illegal parking creates real problems for disabled people, older people and families with children. And nobody should be forced to into the road because someone has decided that the pavement is their personal parking space. But that's exactly why in April the Executive Board approved the Leeds Street Charter that you actually referenced earlier in the Council, setting out that the commitment to make streets safer, more accessible and easier to use for everyone. And we're backing that commitment up with practical action too. We're strengthening daytime enforcement with 7 additional parking enforcement posts, whilst also working closely with West Yorkshire Police to tackle irresponsible pavement parking. The same approach has been taken around schools too, where I'm sure we've all experienced it and get plenty of emails in our inbox about the dangerous pavement parking around schools. And to tackle this, we've introduced camera enforcement pilot at 2 primary schools to deter illegal parking, and it's already delivering huge results with illegal parking down by 89% in those pilots. And you mentioned waiting for the government to devolve powers. Well, actually, Councillor Galton, the powers are there under the Devolution and Community Empowerment Act. They are there, they're ready to use. We just need some guidance, and then we shall use them and implement them. Moving on to district parking charges. We also agree these should be reviewed. In fact, that is also happening too. A report has come into the next Executive Board to begin a full consultation with ward members, residents and businesses, alongside surveys looking at parking displacement. So yes, a lot of common ground here. But where we part ways is when the proposals are not backed by a realistic plan to fund and deliver them. The proposal to double the number of parking enforcement officers would cost £2.5 million in staffing costs alone. And the government guidance is very clear on this, that parking enforcement should be self-financing. To pay for another 61 officers, they'd need to issue 90,000 parking tickets each year. The evidence simply doesn't support that is realistic. Previous warp speed trials have resulted in only 6 or 7 tickets per day per enforcement officer, representing a significant financial loss. We are starting a new pilot in Rothwell in your ward to look at this again, but it would have been prudent to see the results before suggesting a citywide expansion costing millions of pounds. The other area where we disagree is the suggestion that car parking charges should be reviewed alongside district centre charges. They're absolutely not the same thing. Income from car parks is reinvested directly into those parks. So at Round Hay, it's been funding measures to prevent unauthorised vehicle access. At Temple Newsome, it's funded resurfacing works, including at the golf club. And at Golden Acre Park, it's paying for permeable resurfacing, which will reduce flood risk and protect habitats. And let's remember, we're talking about £1.20 for 2 hours parking. That's about 30p cheaper than a litre of fuel, and it's about £3 cheaper than a 99 ice cream. Although I think many of us wish Count Binface the very best of luck in his campaign to get 99s back to 99 pence. Councillor Downs, I just want to say quickly, absolutely we'll meet with you to discuss the issues that you've raised. Absolutely, my door's open. Let's get a meeting set up. And Councillor Dixon, I just want to speak very quickly about your amendment around the urban bike park. Discussions are already taking place with operations on charging structure that better reflects how this site is used, whilst still generating the income needed to maintain and improve it. We have already made improvements to the car park too, now, with further works are due shortly. I therefore ask Council to support the Labour amendment. Thank you.
I'd like to ask Councillor Rafiq to second.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Lord Mayor, I'm speaking to second the Labour amendment. We agree with much of the original motion, and the report will go to next Executive Board, as Councillor Gibson has said, so to launch a review of district parking charges. This review will be evidence-based and will consider the impact of charges and include engagement with stakeholders, including local ward members. However, the income of parking charges at parks and green spaces is bringing huge benefits to those areas, as the money is ring-fenced for work in our parks and maintaining the car parks, meaning quite simply that people using parks will benefit from better quality services and spaces. We've already seen improvements in Roundhay Park and Temple Newsom, and there are planned works to fully refurbish Golden Acre car park. Just last week, we announced how car parking charges are funding work to prevent unauthorised vehicles access at Soldiers Fields and Connaught Fields. We do, however, agree that more needs to be done to tackle irresponsible parking. We will bring forward a further report to Executive Board to consider how we can make best use of new powers to do that. And can I just make it clear, Councillor Galton and Councillor Lamb, that until January this year, the government actually, since 2016, there was a consultation, and the previous government sat on that consultation for a number of years. So January this year, the government actually issued new powers to the council to enforce parking and payments, and Councillor Gibson has alluded to that we can. But before this time, we couldn't use it other than if there's a yellow line. So we've done that. And in fact, for bin wagons and back alleyways, on street corners, cul-de-sacs, if there are yellow lines, then our parking enforcement officers can enforce. If there aren't any yellow lines, only the police can enforce instructions. And if you want any yellow lines anywhere, I think it's within the remit of ward members to actually work with highways to do that. I don't think that has ever been a problem. If that's what you want, and that's your local ward members want, then that's what happens. So, moving on up to see the yellow light. So we have published this council to make savings year after year, huge savings that have been incredibly difficult to find, but we have always produced a balanced budget. Labour amendment proposing an increase in enforcement, but that increase will be fully costed and financially balanced. It is a sensible and realistic approach based on the fact and what's realistically possible. I second the amendment, Lord Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd now like to call Councillor Staples.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. We welcome this white paper from the Lib Dems and support the points they've made, and many of the points in fact, all the points that have been made here today. But we think there needs to be a cultural change as well to make a real difference. People must come first. So pedestrians, particularly the most vulnerable in wheelchairs, with mobility aids, with prams and pushchairs, must always have priority and be given a safe passage wherever they need to travel. Currently, in most parts of Leeds, outside of the city centre, cars are still king. Drivers park wherever they want to for convenience. If you ask them, they just say, "Oh, I'm just getting a coffee or a paper or a pint of milk." That's just simply not good enough. There's no reason for, apart from the narrowest roads, that any cars should be blocking pavements except for genuine emergency. Rather than applying sticking plasters, we really need to tackle the root of the problem. So what is that? Why have we got too many cars on the road? Because our public transport system isn't good enough to meet the needs of all the residents. It's only when we secure this that we'll start to see a real difference and the trend stopping of the increased number of cars on the road. At the moment, yes, you can get into the city centre, but it's really difficult to get from district centre to village to town. And that needs to be improved. We need a frequent, reliable and affordable way so that everyone can get around without having to get in their car. Currently, we spend a lot of money and time improving, trying to make improvements through traffic regulation orders, which all that's doing is moving cars from one area to another. And we've seen that in Wetherby. Councillor Lamb's already talked about the issues in Wetherby, in the town centre, and what the parking charges have done. And we need to find a serious solution, and the only way to resolve that is through better public transport. We welcome review of parking charges, and we also welcome the fact and understand the fact that a lot of the money that is raised from the parks at the moment is going into important work in the parks. But we also think it would be good if we can look at improving the public transport system to those parks so that we need less cars. So, you know, is there a way of looking to create a specific bus service to parks to allow people to access the parks who don't have cars, and also to try and get more cars off the road? So to summarise, yes, we agreed with all the points made in this white paper and the proposed actions, but we need more. We need to look at ways to change the culture away from the car is king across the whole of Leeds. It's already been done in the city centre really successfully. I know now that when I walk in the city centre, it is so much better. There are so many fewer cars on the road. It has made a difference. And we need to see plans now to push that out further into the district centres, towns and villages. Thank you.
Councillor Martin.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I would like to first talk about pavement parking. I was delighted to see the Leeds Street Charter brought to Exec Board earlier this year. The Charter sets out principles of street management to improve accessibility across Leeds, particularly for disabled people. These principles cover pavement parking as well as other obstacles like bins, advert boards and street furniture. This is a step in the right direction, but we know that to tackle this issue effectively, we must go further. And this government is giving councils stronger powers to restrict pavement parking in certain areas. These measures include unambiguous and clear powers to enforce against the unnecessary obstruction of our pavements, rather than relying on the police enforcement. So whilst improving this is vital, it's equally important that we continue to invest in our public spaces that residents enjoy every day. And that brings me to parking charges in our parks. And Councillor Stables has said, as she's just said, the income from these charges is ring-fenced to fund improvements within our parks. We've already seen the benefits in my own Roundhay ward, where work's being carried out to improve the condition of Roundhay Park car park, including improved disabled parking bays. But this funding is also being used to address the issue of unauthorised vehicles on the park through the installation of a height barrier. In addition, further funded works have been consulted on, including new bollards, earth mounds and boulders to prevent vehicle access onto both Soldiers Field and Connaught Field. It's a hugely important issue for residents in my ward, and I'm grateful that the income from this and not from council tax is being used to help tackle this. This funding is proving transformational, not only to Roundhay Park, but for parks across Leeds. I'm delighted to see this money is being invested directly into improving these assets. Thank you to our officers, Polly Cook and Isabel Smith, as well as Councillor Rafiq and now Councillor Gibson, in supporting this work. Whether it's safer pavements or better parks, this shows our commitment to creating a more inclusive and welcoming city for everyone. Thank you.
Councillor Haigh.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. There is no black hole that parking charges are disappearing into from our parks. In fact, the money raised is ring-fenced and reinvested directly back into our green spaces and car parks with visible improvements for visitors. Already we've delivered improvements at Temple Newsam and Roundhay Park, and there is more to come with investment continuing across Leeds. Parking income has funded the resurfacing of car parks at Temple Newsam House and Temple Newsam Golf Club, as well as new line markings at Temple Newsam and Roundhay Park to improve parking efficiency and provide clearly designated disabled bays. Investment at Middleton Urban Bike Park has included the creation of new parking bays to better serve visitors. But Golden Acre Park is a great example. This much-loved park will benefit from the soon-to-start refurbishment of the Arthington Road car park. More investment is planned for the Otley Road car park as part of a rolling programme of improvements. Upgrades that will provide a better experience for visitors, improve the condition of facilities and help ensure that one of Leeds' most treasured parks remains welcoming and accessible for years to come. But there's more. With a much wider programme of investment in Golden Acre, this council is exploring a significant development scheme for the park, including proposals to extend the cafe and turn an unused bungalow into a bookable function space. So there'll be even more to enjoy after paying to park there. Together, these projects demonstrate our ambition not only to maintain Golden Acre Park, but to strengthen it as a destination for residents and visitors alike. The investment in parking complements that wider vision by keeping our car parks in good order and accessible, alongside the improvements delivered across the site. Parking charges are actively supporting use and accessibility of our major parks, and visitors are already benefiting, and I think there's something we can all be proud of.
Councillor Edwards.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. And I'd like to start by congratulating the new members on their maiden speeches. I'm pleased to speak on this white paper. As Guiseley councillors, my colleagues and I have continued to listen, hear and share the views expressed by many of our residents locally about the introduction of parking charges at Netherfield Road. We have worked constructively with council officers and executive members. However, as members of the largest party on council, we did not have the luxury that our opposition predecessors or our neighbours had and have of being able to oppose without setting out serious proposals for how they would present a balanced budget, something that was made considerably harder by years of savage cuts from when their parties were in government. Those conversations are not always easy. However, none of us have hidden away from them, and we've not stopped looking for ways to mitigate the impact on our residents. I welcome next week's Executive Board report, beginning a review and consultation on the impacts of district parking charges. It's important that residents can see that the Council is willing to review its decisions openly, to learn, to listen, and to include local communities in those conversations. In Guiseley, the review provides an opportunity to properly assess the experience at Netherfield Road and to understand current car park usage since the introduction of charges, including legitimate questions about the impact on businesses and nearby residential streets. I recognise the points that have been made about the relationship between car parking charges and investments in parks across the city, and it's important that funds generated this way are invested in the local area, and it's important that residents see that as well. It's also very welcome to hear of the investment that we're seeing across Leeds in our green spaces through these charges, something that previous speakers have referred to. In Guiseley, we recently secured a major upgrade to one of the playgrounds at Springfield Park, and that was informed by resident involvement. And I welcome any opportunities for the Council to keep looking for new ways to support our parks and improving our vital green spaces in the future, which we all value. Whilst Councillor Galton's white paper rightly highlights the impact of inconsiderate and dangerous parking on too many of our residents, and other speakers have spoken very powerfully about that, I'm reluctant to vote for unfunded proposals at a time when budgets are still tight, even with a government that values the role of local government and has improved the funding formula for Leeds. I'll be voting for the amendment in the name of Councillor Gibson, and along with my ward colleagues, I stand ready to contribute constructively to the upcoming consultation on district parking charges. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Now, Councillor Firth, please.
Thank you very much indeed, Lord Mayor. I welcome the review of parking charges in our towns and district centres because they should never have been imposed in the first place. And I'm glad that with a change of the political climate that the administration have been more open to discussing that. Because there have been serious impacts on our communities. I represent a community of 13 villages, with the nearest biggest towns being Wetherby and Garforth. And what's been affected has been the Wetherby market, from Garforth's restaurants you name it. And it would be a welcome addition to those businesses, independent, local businesses that are already being hammered by the current government to be able to not be hammered by the local council. But I think there is absolutely an additional string to this bow that we need to talk about that's been mentioned right here, which is the absolute hypocrisy that's coming out of what's just been said. The luxury of not being in the administration. Mentioning about Netherfield Road and Ockley Shevin and various other parks about the fact we weren't able to fight. Well, unfortunately, sometimes you have to stand up to be counted. And that's unfortunately how often I stand in this chamber and I'm laughed at by various others in the chamber because we're willing to stand up for our communities. Communities they don't understand and never want to understand as well. But there is a crucial point here which is about parks. It's crucially been mentioned about the amount of money that's been spent in Temple Newsham, for example. That's after £135,000 has been spent over 4 years on illegal traveller camps, breaking into the park and occupying the park at the same time of the fact they've now imposed charges on the residents who pay to use their own local park. It's an absolute disgrace. At the same time as all of that comes through, we are then seeing, and unfortunately, the nature of where they look at all of this, they're looking at now doing it after the horse has bolted. Let's hope that it has an impact, but we've wasted so much money in the past that of the figures I requested last year, the same amount was collected in parking charges as was less than the amount that actually was spent on illegal traveller camps in Temple Newsham ward itself. 250 grand on average a year is spent on that too. And that's also to focus on the fact that I have to deal with, and my colleagues have to deal with, the issues that we've been focusing on the e-law. The nature here is we've mentioned a lot about Roundy Park and about putting boulders in and things like that. This should have been done years ago on Soldiers Field and protected that field and made sure we didn't waste that much money. That's why we, as local councillors, took a proactive approach before the e-law was opened, were ignored and then made sure we pushed on. And at the moment, we're holding back some of the tide of camps, but we are still suffering a few along the way. We are in a serious situation where the parking charges at Temple Newsham, Rounday, you name it, are having a devastating impact, and we are charging the residents while not taking effective action quick enough on others. And most importantly, sir, Lord Mayor, I would just say this one thing, which is that they totally ignore the parking on residential streets. Thank you very much, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Ray, please.
Oh, it looks like the oppositions have found the magic money tree in the park. Magically, money appears out of nowhere to maintain these wonderful parks our residents use. There's never any issues there. I wonder if the members complaining about the car park and charge in the park won't be putting those on their leaflets, claiming credit for all the improvements that have been done in the parks in their ward. And you'll give credit to the administration for doing it. I mean, of course you will, because it's good politics. But let's be realistic. Our parks have to be maintained. We want vibrant green spaces. We want improvements. We want to fix the problems. That money has to come from somewhere. And the money that's been gathered from these charges are going into your parks to improve the very things your residents have been complaining about, to fix the issues they've been complaining about, to deliver the improvements that you will be claiming on your leaflets at election time, because you've been great ward councillors and somehow got that money into the park. I wonder where from. Of course, it's the magic money tree that doesn't exist. So let's be really realistic about this, colleagues. We have heard the utter hypocrisy from two very senior councillors in the form of Councillor Galton and Councillor Lamb, who always like to talk to us about fiscal responsibility and making sure we have the money to pay for things. And then when we actually find a way to pay for those things, not on our land, Governor, because we don't want it there because some of our residents are naturally unhappy. But I wonder how many of your other residents are happy for the improvements being made to their parks and for those residents who access those services and utilise those services. And obviously I'm talking about particularly Councillor Galton. But anyway, what I'm trying to say is, in the end, we know things have to be paid for. Maintenance has to be done. Improvements have to be done. We've got improvements being done to Temple Newsham, which has been mentioned. We've had improvements to Rounday, which has been mentioned. We've got improvements planned for Golden Acre Park, which has been mentioned. And I wonder where the money came from, Councillor. Surprisingly, it appeared out of absolutely nowhere. So maybe, members, it may be good politics to criticise the administration for being fiscally responsible. It may be advantageous for your leaflets. But in the end, we all know in this room things need to be paid for. And it's about finding an appropriate balance between different needs and different requirements. And it's just really galling to hear the hypocrisy of members on that side that complain about the lack of fiscal responsibility, about unfunded promises, and yet they come here, offer them themselves, try to add millions of pounds to the council bill, and don't have a single way of actually covering those costs. Because who ends up paying for that? Your residents. Who ends up losing services? Your residents. And I think we should actually celebrate the fact that we're finding ways to sustainably invest in our infrastructure. Because
Can you end your sentence now, please, Councillor?
Because in 400 years' time, we still want the parks.
I'd now like to Councillor Galton to sum up, please.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Right, first of all, this is not a debate about car parking in parks. And for all those that have chosen to concentrate on that, you have once again emphasised to the people of Leeds who are disabled, for instance, that what is important to them just isn't important to you, and you'd rather argue about the stuff that you feel more confident in. And sorry, I will go back to that. Thank you for reminding me. It is in our amendment. It's mentioned in the amendment. So when you're talking about this is going to cost a lot of money, Councillor Edwards, yeah? What is in here says, I'm just asking for a review. I'm asking for a review of district car parking charges and parks car parking charges. That costs nothing. You can still say no. What's the second one? A commitment to double the number of traffic enforcement officers to deliver more consistent activity. What Councillor Gibson didn't say after he pointed out that employing more people will cost 2.5 million quid, yeah, is that every single traffic enforcement officer that's actually front line and not back office, actually, their income that they create from their enforcement covers more than the cost of their jobs. It's true. I've got that off you. I've got it off Mark Jefford. So I've got it in writing as well. So all this stuff about, oh, it's going to cost loads of money, it won't. None of this white paper costs a penny. All it costs is some of your attention to take the issue seriously and actually think about doing something about it. You talk about how the government's giving you the powers in January. What have you done since then to prepare for it? You've sat there and waited for guidance to be passed down from above. Well, I'll tell you what, it's going to wait even longer because you've got the Burnham bounce now, and he's going to want to spend some money on something else and his attention somewhere else. Anyway, Councillor Stables, thank you for your contribution. We want more too, but we have to start somewhere, and this is a very modest start, which everybody can get behind. Who else have I got? Councillor Martin and Councillor Haig, yes. Oh, the improvements in parks that you're talking about from car parking charges. One thing I will say, Lord Mayor, is the parks team in Rothwell used to be 14 members strong. It's now down to 3 people, and those poor employees of this council are stressed to hell.
Councillors,
trying to keep
can I ask you all to keep it down?
With looking after the parks that we have got already. And you've just pointed out that the only time that any money gets spent on parks is on parks that can generate an income for you. So money gets spent on Lotherton, it gets spent on Temple Newsham, it gets spent in Roundhay. I tell you what, nothing's happening in Otley, so that argument that you've just given, is when you say you'll go back to your residents and tell them all this investment is down to you, the only investment that is happening in our parks locally is down to local councillors, including Otley, where you've got charges. Thank you, Lord
I can
Mayor.
see that. Before I call for the vote, we do have one more white paper to do. I know it's hot in here, but can we just try and cool down a little bit? So, I'd like to call for the first vote on the amendment in the name of Councillor Lamb.
Recorded vote, please.
Would all members please ensure they're in allocated seats? Members have requested a recorded vote in respect of the amendment in the name of Councillor Lamb. Members should refer to their desk unit and press the green button for yes, red for no, yellow for abstain.
So when you've all finished shouting at each other, there is a few members that haven't voted. So, yes, 44, abstentions 0, noes 46. That amendment is lost. Now call for the amendment in the name of Councillor Dixon.
Recorded vote, please.
Recorded vote.
Members have requested a recorded vote in respect to the amendment in the name of Councillor Dixon. Members should refer to their desk unit, press green for yes, red for no, yellow for abstain.
Okay, so yes, 37, abstentions 0, noes 53, that is lost. I'm now going to call for the amendment in the name of Councillor Gibson.
Recorded vote, please.
Members have requested a recorded vote in respect to the amendment in the name of Councillor Gibson. Members should refer to their desk unit and press green for yes, red for no, yellow for abstain.
So, yes, 46, abstain 3, no 41, that is carried. So I'd now like to call for the vote on the substantive motion in the name of Councillor Gibson.
Recorded vote, please.
Second.
Thank you. Members have requested a recorded vote in respect to the substantive motion in the name of Councillor Gibson. Members should refer to their desk unit and press green for yes, red for no, yellow for abstain.
So, yes, 46, abstentions 1, no 43, that is carried. So I'm now going to call for the final white paper in the name of Councillor Cahill. Can I just remind the Chamber that I'm not a football fan, so take as long as you want.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Earlier this year, we saw an unprecedented rise in reported potholes. Following one of the wettest winters in decades, the number of reports doubled compared to previous years. This clearly shows the growing impacts of climate change and how severe and extreme weather of any variety can have a significant impact on our infrastructure. When faced with this challenge, as a council, we responded immediately, deploying 10 full-time teams, extending working hours and assigning additional staff to manage the increased demand. Thanks to this response, the rate of repairs rose from around 380 per week to a peak of 1,100 per week. Dedicated pothole repair teams have continued to work extended hours to deliver a high volume of repairs across the network, and as of late June, over 15,800 potholes had been filled this year. This is more than double the 7,200 repairs completed during the same period last year. But we fully understand that it's not just the quantity of repairs that matters, the quality matters too. In this year's budget, we agreed a significant investment in our highways network, including 13 million for road repairs and a further 1 million to support innovative pothole repair technologies. This investment is helping us to develop our approach and explore new technologies to ensure repairs are more durable, provide better value for money and deliver long-lasting improvements for residents, including trialling a Pothole Pro machine and more innovative and environmentally friendly options of thermal patching and high-speed spray injection. I look forward to presenting the findings from these trials at a future Executive Board meeting. Innovation is not limited to repair techniques alone. The Council is already using data and technology to improve how repairs are identified and prioritised. Making use of AI technology in road condition surveys has the potential to monitor and assess road conditions more quickly and at a significantly lower cost than traditional manual surveys. Developing these AI tools to monitor road conditions will mean roads can be checked annually as opposed to every 4 years, helping us identify problems earlier, target investment more effectively, and make the best use of limited resources. I'm pleased that the Government shares this ambition. Earlier this year, the Government confirmed 7.3 billion of capital funding for local highways maintenance to 2030. The Government has also introduced requirements for councils to publish annual progress reports and demonstrate how highways funding is being used, helping to ensure public investment delivers visible results for residents and road users. There's now a greater emphasis on long-term highways asset management and preventative maintenance, recognising that the answer is not simply following the same potholes time and time again, but investing in more sustainable repairs that improve the overall condition of our road network. That approach aligns closely with the work already underway in this city. Through investment in new technologies, longer-lasting interventions and a continued focus on quality, we are not only repairing potholes today, but building a more resilient network for all road users. Finally, I'd like to thank our highways officers, inspectors and repair teams whose dedication and hard work have enabled us to respond to an unprecedented demand while continuing to improve the quality of repairs delivered across the network.
Councillor Dye to second, please.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. There can be no doubt that the effects of our changing climate are here. For decades, scientists have been predicting warmer, wetter winters and hotter, drier summers. This year, more than ever, we've seen the damage that this change can cause to the condition of our road network. More frequent periods of prolonged rainfall and extreme weather have had a significant impact, with saturated ground and rapid temperature changes making surfaces more vulnerable to deterioration. Last November to February saw over 40 consecutive days of rainfall nationally, which was one of the longest sustained wet periods in decades, meaning that the ground remained saturated for weeks, weakening the foundations. And it's not just increased wet weather that will harm our highway network. Increased temperatures also make it harder for us to maintain our roads. Frequent hot weather spells soften the surface and they cause material to come loose. To make matters worse, cuts from austerity measures of the previous government have left Leeds with a backlog of repairs estimated at around £300 million. And their funding models were way too short, making it hard for councils to plan programmes. Such short-term measures and fragmented grant schemes pushed authorities to spend on reactive work rather than more preventative and long-term maintenance. And it's really good to see that the current government is using multi-year funding settlements, moving away from the fragmented funding pots, which will help local authorities plan for longer-term investment. Despite the challenges, there's been an impressive response from the Council service to this period of immense pressure, and I would also like to take this opportunity to say thank you. The weather and rainfall protocol responses in place to respond to periods of increased reports and adverse weather and the Council continues to improve its data gathering and its ability to act quickly. It's important that we adapt to changing climate conditions by embracing new technologies such as those mentioned in this paper. Last winter and this summer's conditions will be repeated in future years, and we need to be able to cope. I support this white paper, look forward to seeing the results of the trial reported back to the Executive Board, and I'm very happy to second.
Now the amendment in the name of Councillor Buckley.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. It sounds as if Councillor Carler wants this over with, actually. He's not spoken for that long. I intend to be reasonably brief. I can't imagine why you want to go home anyway. There we are. Now, Councillor Carlyle says in his white paper, Leeds residents deserve better. Well, they certainly do. We agree with that one. But even I can't blame Councillor Carlyle for all the potholes in the world, including Old Woodley, because the fact that they're there is, as Councillor Dye mentioned, to do with other factors, extreme heat, extreme wet, and so on, and including bigger cars, actually. That, in my view, is a factor. But he should have recognised the fact that Labour have been in power now for 2 years, and that means that they are responsible for the situation. They're even now on the second Prime Minister so far. You would have thought, with the tax raids carried out by Rachel Reeves and the £100 billion raid planned by Andy Burnham, a bit could have been put by for potholes, but apparently not. Now, I have in my hand here a council document which is quite interesting actually, because it refers to spending on highways here in Leeds. And in 2023, in round terms, 2023, that was £38 million. We had a Conservative government then. And in 2025, under Labour, 28 million, considerably down. Now, our amendment takes the form of certain things. Fix the roads first should be our watchword. Get the basics right. The public want roads repaired properly and permanently. Ward councillors should be used as ears and eyes because they know what's happening in their locality. And we need a pothole blitz using specialised rapid repair equipment. Now, it has been said that Councillor Carlyle is a reasonable man. It has been said. However, 2 fully costed amendments were submitted at last February's meeting. One in the name of Councillor Goulton and one in the name of Councillor Lamb, calling for an injection into the capital programme of £5 million from Section 106 balances. Sensible. But no, what did Councillor Carlyle do? Along with his Labour colleagues, he voted against it. So, we need to get the basics right, fix the roads and have a pothole blitz. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Firth to second, please.
I second the amendment and I will be taking up time later. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
And I call on the amendment in the name of Councillor Campbell.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I suppose, firstly, let me just initially cut touch on Councillor Dye. and her reference to the fact that the roads are a disaster area because it rains in winter and the sun shines in summer. Now, there must be other countries in the world where we have a similar weather pattern to that. But I've never been to one where the roads are as bad as here. Councillor Kyle, he's given his due, he's enthusiastic. And it's nice to see somebody who's enthusiastic about roads. But I really am depressed at the sort of self-congratulatory attitude of this white paper. It's not really positive or helpful. Now, I suppose there are reasons for congratulations, I suppose, yes. And I think we ought to congratulate you for picking up the poison chalice of the highways section. But trying to defend Labour's lack of vision on highways strikes me as a very difficult role to take on. Now, I'm quite happy for us to thank the government who've given us some extra money, given us a one-off payment, some extra pothole funds money, which is very nice, and why would you complain about getting that kind of money? Having said that, a one-off grant is no substitute for a regular, scheduled, sensible funding policy around highways. And the same is true for the Mayor, because the Mayor has kindly given us some money that the government gave her. The beauty of that really is it allows a government minister to say we're giving money to the Mayor to spend on potholes, and it allows her to announce the fact that she's giving money to the local authority. Why they couldn't just give it directly, I don't really know. And the simple reason, of course, is it's publicity. And the downside, of course, is that in effect for the council, this council, to put a bid into West Yorkshire costs us money, so we actually get a reduction in the amount that we're able to spend. Sorry. Not some more going to the football. Look, you can blame the government, you can blame the weather, but the simple fact is that road maintenance has never been a priority for the Labour group. The last time the Labour lost control or lost their majority on this council, they left a 20-year backlog in road repairs. The administration that took over managed in 5 years to get that down to 10-year backlog. And had they been allowed to continue, would have got it down to nothing. But now Labour takes over again, and we're still in a situation where there's a 20-year backlog in road repairs. Peter, what we need is not a series of platitudes from the Mayor or announcements or simply stating that it rains so the roads are bad, but rather a highways department which just mends roads.
Councillor Chapman to second.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I'm pleased to second this amendment. As Councillor Campbell said, nobody on these benches is going to complain about more money being made available to repair our highways. We welcome every extra pound invested in our roads. Equally, nobody disputes that we've seen exceptional weather this year, or that heavy rainfall has undoubtedly taken its toll on roads across Leeds and across the country. But weather alone doesn't create the problem. It exposes it. Additional funding on its own won't solve the problem if we continue with the same approach that created today's backlog. The scale of deterioration we've seen this year is the result of years of inadequate maintenance, leaving our roads far more vulnerable when severe weather arrives. This administration would have us believe that success is measured by the number of potholes filled. But residents don't judge success by how many repairs appear on a spreadsheet. They judge it by whether the road outside their home, on their route to work, or outside their child's school stays in good condition. Too often, it doesn't. Too often, the same defects reappear, or new ones appear right alongside them, because we've treated the symptom rather than the underlying problem. That isn't value for money, it isn't good asset management, and it certainly isn't what our residents want. A good highway service isn't one that is constantly firefighting. It's one that prevents roads from deteriorating in the first place through better planning, targeted investment, and repairs that last. That is why a return to annual road condition surveys is so important. Waiting 4 years to assess the condition of our roads simply stores up bigger and more expensive problems for later. If annual surveys are now recognised as the right approach, which we welcome, why were they abandoned in the first place? The same principle applies to innovation. We welcome the administration's belated enthusiasm for pothole repair technology. It's just a shame that 18 months ago, or 12 months ago, as Councillor Buckley said, they rejected our budget amendments to invest in exactly this sort of innovation. If technologies like the JCB Pothole Pro can deliver longer-lasting repairs, reduce repeat visits and provide better value for our residents, as experience elsewhere has suggested, then we should and could have been embracing them much sooner. Lord Mayor, there is no silver bullet for fixing our roads, but there is a choice. We can invest in durable repairs rather than short-term fixes, embrace innovation instead of resisting it, and manage our highways assets properly rather than simply reacting to the latest complaint. The real test is going to be in 2 or 3 years' time. Will we still be talking about the same roads needing the same repairs and a 20-year backlog, or will we finally have adopted an approach that delivers repairs that last, better roads for the people of Leeds and better value for money? I urge members to support our amendment. Thank you.
Now call for the amendment in the name of Councillor Dixon.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. The condition of our roads is probably one of the issues that residents raise most with us, whether it's motorists facing damaged vehicles, cyclists navigating unsafe roads, bus passengers enduring uncomfortable journeys, or pedestrians navigating damaged pavements. The state of our highways affects all of us. Residents rightly expect their council to maintain roads that are safe, reliable and fit for purpose. This amendment recognises the scale of the challenge we face, the progress that is already made and, most importantly, the work that still lies ahead. This year, Leeds has experienced an unprecedented increase in pothole reports. An exceptionally wet winter, together with the increasing frequency of extreme weather events, has placed enormous pressure on our highways network. At the same time, the council has had to manage the cumulative effects of years of constrained funding, leaving us with a substantial maintenance backlog that cannot be resolved overnight. The additional 13 million announced for road repairs alongside a further 1 million of capital investment is therefore very welcome. It has enabled our highway service to significantly... It has allowed our highways department to significantly increase the pace of repairs, and that investment is already delivering tangible improvements for residents. However, we should also be honest about the scale of the challenge. While the additional funding is welcome, it's simply not enough to undo years of accumulated deterioration. We do not currently have sufficient funding to bring all the adopted roads across Leeds into condition that every one of us would wish them to be in. The estimated highways maintenance backlog now stands at around 288 million, maybe 300 million. That figure alone demonstrates why sustained long-term investment and not just one-off funding announcements will continue to be needed if we are to restore our roads to the standard that we rightly expect. Despite that challenge, the highway service deserves recognition for the progress they've made. The repair rates have increased, as mentioned in the original motion, and from the same period as last year. And this is a significant achievement and demonstrates that what can be delivered with additional investment when it's matched with hard work and dedication from our highways teams. But none of us should pretend the job is finished. Residents continue to report potholes every day, and they expect us not just to repair roads more quickly, but to repair them better. That is why this amendment looks firmly to the future. We welcome the 4.8 million secured through WICA for road surface maintenance on key roads. This funding provides an opportunity to invest longer-lasting repairs that reduce repeat maintenance. We should also continue embracing innovation where it offers real benefits. The trials of new technologies are also welcome to help us repair roads more quickly while providing stronger and more durable repairs. Alongside this, continued investment in AI technology to monitor road conditions will also allow every road in Leeds to be surveyed rather than every 4 years, but every year. But innovation is only one part of the solution. We must also adopt a get-it-right first-time approach. Where the same potholes are repeatedly repaired, we should be resurfacing entire sections of road instead of carrying out repeated patching. That provides better outcomes for residents, reduces future disruption, and represents better long-term value. Equally, we must continue holding utility companies and third-party contractors to the highest of standards when they carry out roadworks. Poor reinstatement is simply not acceptable, and residents rightly expect roads to be left in a condition that lasts. Finally, this amendment commits to bringing a report to Executive Board setting out the findings of these technology trials, how new investment will be prioritised, and how we can continue reducing the maintenance backlog in the years ahead. So, Chair, this amendment strikes the right balance. It welcomes additional...
Can you finish your sentence now, Councillor?
It welcomes additional investment while recognising that much more remains to be done. Thank you.
I'd like to call on Councillor Chesterfield to second.
Thank you, Lord Mayor, and I second this amendment.
So, Councillor Walker to comment. This is your maiden speech.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Standing here during the week Leeds celebrates 400 years feels particularly special. These celebrations serve to remind us that every generation inherits a city shaped by those before and leaves something behind for those after. It's fitting we've also been discussing the consultation for the next Leeds local plan, looking ahead to the 2030s and beyond. We may also be entering a new era of devolution with even greater responsibility for our future and an even brighter light shone on the great things that happen up north. It's quite a moment to be speaking here for the first time, and I don't think this debate is really about potholes at all. Our residents experience roads, not white papers. They experience getting to work, not transport strategies. They experience flooded streets, not drainage policies. I've not actually heard much disagreement about where we all want to end up. We all want public money spent wisely. The white paper talks about investment, technology, longer-lasting repairs. The amendments raise important points about drainage, permanent repairs, and listening to local knowledge. So perhaps the more interesting question isn't how do we repair more potholes, but how do we create fewer of them? On Monday, I attended my first Infrastructure and Investment Scrutiny Board. We discussed housing, flood resilience, cleaner, greener, leaner solutions. So are we repeatedly fixing problems, or are we designing a city where fewer problems arise in the first place? It feels like quite a useful question to ask, not just about roads, but about everything we do. Over the last 2 months, I've realised I ask why a lot, perhaps more than some might like. Why is this happening? Why here? Why again? Once we understand why something keeps happening, we have the best chance to stop it happening again. Climate change is bringing more extreme weather. So how do we build greater resilience into our streets at every level, not just the surface? If more people can safely walk, cycle, use reliable public transport, what difference might that make over time? Small changes joined up mean big change. I'm incredibly proud to call Armley my home. It's full of people who care deeply about where we live. Our communities already hold many of the answers if we're prepared to listen. So yes, I'll always help with the reporting and the sorting for the everyday issues that matter. And I'll also keep asking the bigger questions. How do we build healthier, safer, more resilient neighbourhoods? How do we think beyond the next pothole? As Leeds celebrates 400 years and plans for the decades ahead, I hope we'll all be ambitious and courageous enough to answer those big questions with bold answers. Thank you.
Councillor Hesselwood.
Lord Mayor, comrades, surprisingly, I'm speaking in support of Councillor Carlill's white paper. Councillor Buckley, never mind 2 years in government. After 14 long years of austerity, councils across the country have faced significant reductions in funding, placing increasing pressure on local services, as we've all alluded to. One of the consequences has been the growing backlog of highway maintenance, which we've all talked about, and road repairs in authorities such as ours. Despite these challenges, this council has made substantial progress in tackling the conditions of our roads. That commitment is reflected in the green RAG rating for highways and pothole repairs, recognising the significant investment and effort that has been directed towards improving our highway network. However, comrades, we do know there's more to do. Early this year, following the period of exceptionally wet weather, you won't believe that now, and even the ducks up to the left Roundy Park, there we go, the number of pothole reports received by the council was more than double that recorded during the same period the year before. But our highways teams rose to the challenge. Staff worked additional hours, extra resources were allocated, and repair programmes were accelerated across the city. As a result, between January and June this year, more than 15,800 potholes were repaired. Way! Come on, I know it's been a long day, bear with me. Come on. Which is over twice the number repaired during the same period in the previous year. Whilst that achievement is significant, residents rightly expect more than simply a higher number of repairs, as we've talked about. We know that our residents want repairs that last and roads that are maintained to a higher standard to that higher standard for years to come. Get me teeth in. That's why it's encouraging to see the council continue to modernise its approach, embracing new technologies. Who doesn't like the Pothole Pro? Come on, we're nearly there. Who wants to go on the Pothole Pro? Yay! Come on, we're nearly there. And harnessing the potential of AI to make our services more efficient, more targeted and more effective. These innovations have the potential to not only identify problems earlier, but also to ensure that limited resources are deployed where they can make the greatest difference. I therefore welcome the work set out in this white paper and look forward to the report coming to Exec Board later this year. It's still coming. I'm still an orange, mate. Setting out these improvements can continue to deliver better roads and better outcome for the people of Leeds, comrades.
Yay. Councillor Bowden.
Lord Mayor, politics can sometimes feel like I've entered into the realms of satire. Councillor Dobson before criticised councillors coming up with solutions to complex issues, and I've never known Councillor Dobson to not give his opinion. Looks like he's gone home, just like football. Also, there's currently a by-election featuring a joke candidate who has spent years standing in elections, promoting policies that simply don't stand up to scrutiny, and often their words are attributed to garbage. But enough about Nigel Farage. On a serious note, I support this white paper. I'm pleased that following my contribution during the development of this white paper, it explicitly recognises the impact of climate change. Changing weather patterns are no longer future challenges. They are affecting the roads our residents rely on. I think it is really telling that some opposition amendments remove any reference to climate change. I think that's a mistake. Whether or not we acknowledge it in this chamber doesn't change the reality our highways teams face every day. Good public policy starts by recognising the evidence before us. I'd also like to place on record my sincere thanks to our highways maintenance team. I know just how much residents appreciate that work. In Roundhay, for instance, residents living on and around North Lane have told me how pleased they are with the recent refurbishment works. It's a reminder that investment in our highways makes a real difference to people's everyday lives. Investment matters. Through austerity, it left councils with significant maintenance black holes. That's why I welcome this administration's additional £14 million investment in road maintenance. Worth noting, all the other amendments at the budget meeting were nowhere close to our proposal, and councillors who have spoken today abstained to vote for that additional £14 million. Roads are repaired through investment, not simply talking about potholes. This isn't simply our administration saying it's working. The Department for Transport independently assessed highways authorities across England. I'm proud that Leeds achieved the highest possible rating. That recognises hard work, our highway services, our commitment to best practice, and our willingness to embrace innovation. This white paper is about recognising the challenges we face, investing in practical solutions, and ensuring Leeds has a highways network that is fit for the future. And more widely, I appreciate the work our council does to tackle climate change. I'm pleased to support our white paper, Lord Mayor. Thank you.
Now call on Councillor Firth.
Thank you very much indeed, Lord Mayor. Just to retort what's just been said, I think the Labour needs to get out their own pothole at the moment because they're simply transfixed on potholes, and Councillor Bowden said that's all we're talking about. It's not us who mentioned it first. It's in the first line of Councillor Carlyle's white paper, which we then included and then incorporated the wider view that it is about roads maintenance and repairs and the neglect of this council when it comes to our roads that have led in large part to why we're in this situation now. And we talk about an acceleration in services and provision to provide better repairs. Why? Because they finally listened and rented and trialled a Pothole Pro. We've submitted year after year for £5 million on top of the £13 million they were putting forward next year. And why? Not just on the Section 106 funding that Councillor Buckley talked about, because that was a separate part of it. It was about finding that money, prioritising it, and do you know what? Buying more Pothole Pros. Because the funny thing is, the reason why we are delivering so quickly and we're delivering better repairs is because the team are dealing with modern, fantastic technology that we should have invested in years ago. Not only this party, the Conservative group that put it forward, the Green group put it forward, the Lib Dems put it forward, we all put it forward, and every single budget you voted it down. So don't come back to us and say, oh well, now we're innovative and we're looking to the future, when this has been raised year after year since the pandemic. And more importantly, let's talk about what's happened since the pandemic. Since 2020, government investment and also, yes, the council's investment in roads and roads maintenance has increased. Funny enough, they raised the figure of £7.3 billion that was announced in 2025 by the outgoing Chancellor, Rachel Reeves. But she's not very good with numbers because she forgot the fact that in 2023 we announced £8.3 billion for the Pothole Fund. And funny enough, on that point, not only did I've forgotten her name, Councillor Haigh raise the point of not looking to the future and having short schemes. Funny enough, the scheme that was announced in 2023 that Rachel Reeves has jumped on the back on was for 11 years. So don't give me about short schemes and short-term funding, because it's all about short-term politics, and that's how short-term Rachel Reeves' term in office has been as a result. So when we look at all of this situation across the board, we want to raise one thing that's pretty clear in our ward. And I know I'm keeping some of the Labour councillors awake, but we have the Ironman race in August coming through our area. It came through last year and it caused some inconvenience to some, but we're working on it and we're trying to build on it for the future. But one of the most important things was it was rated as the third best Ironman race in Western Europe, but the worst in the West for the road surface and the ability for cyclists to use it. And that is down to the neglect that this administration has shown towards our roads, the absolute lack of looking at the figures, and more importantly, they've just given up, haven't they? Thank you very much, Lord Mayor.
Now, Councillor Hannan.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I speak in support of this white paper and welcome the future report to be brought to the Executive Board. The condition of our roads is one of the issues residents raise with us most often, whether people are driving, cycling or travelling by bus. They want a highway network that is safe, reliable and properly maintained. That is why securing long-term investment in our roads is so important. The recent funding announcement from West Yorkshire Combined Authority is therefore very welcome. It represents a significant investment in Leeds and will help us deliver more durable, high-quality repairs across our highway network. For too long, councils have to rely on short-term funding settlements, making it difficult to plan effectively and tackle the root causes of deterioration. What our residents want is not temporary fixes, but repairs that last. That is why the government's commitment to long-term highway maintenance funding is so important. Earlier this year, the Highways Maintenance Incentive Funding requirements confirmed £7.3 billion of capital investment for local highway maintenance between 2026 and 27 and 2029 and 30. This represents a record level of funding to help councils maintain and improve local roads across the country and provides the funding certainty needed to deliver long-term road maintenance. This investment recognises the scale of the challenge we face. Years of underinvestment have left councils across the country dealing with significant repair backlogs, and this funding is a welcome step towards addressing that legacy. For Leeds, it will provide an opportunity to invest in the long-term condition of our roads, focusing on structural renewals and preventative maintenance rather than simple responding to problems as they arise. That means safer roads, fewer potholes, better journeys for residents, and a more resilient highway network for the future. Crucially, the 4-year funding settlement gives Council the confidence to plan ahead, target investment where it is most needed, and deliver better value for money. It marks a clear shift away from the short-term approaches of the past towards a more strategic, joined-up approach to maintaining our highways. This is exactly the kind of long-term thinking that our residents expect and deserve. And through this investment, we have a real opportunity to improve the condition of our roads, reduce the burden of repairs in the future, and deliver a highway network that works for everyone. Thank you.
Councillor Lamb.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I've been here for 19 years now, and I can remember, I know Councillor Lewis loves it when I use this quote, Councillor Keith Wakefield many years ago, when asked about increasing spending on potholes and road repairs, said, no, Labour have got far more important priorities than that. And nothing's changed in the 19 years here until all of a sudden you find yourself clinging to power and suddenly road repairs becomes your biggest priority in administration. I wonder what has happened to suddenly make you change and convert to being to having pothole repairs as a priority. I can't think for the life of me what's changed in the last few months that's brought that about. So it's interesting, isn't it, that this is the administration that built up the £300 million backlog of highways maintenance in Leeds in the first place, that now say they have a plan to fix it. These are the people who've got a 20-year backlog of road maintenance, and they're trying to say they've been on this for a while. But of course, funding for potholes went up significantly under the last government from 2022 to all local authorities. And your RAG rating that you're so proud of course, is self-assessed. They keep forgetting to mention that. It's down to their assessment whether it's green or not. So I'm not sure how much stall we can put on that. But the funding went up from 2022 to all councils. And what happened in Leeds? The condition of the roads got worse. What happened in similar councils like Manchester, like Sheffield, like Bradford? Their condition of the roads improved. But here, you've had your go, councillor, so if you want to speak, put your name on the order paper. You've made things worse where you've had more money. So we are never going to complain about more money for fixing potholes and road repairs, and we very much welcome your late-day conversion to what is probably the issue that aggravates most people in this city is the condition of the roads, the very basic services that they expect. Safe roads, clean streets, bins emptied, potholes repaired. That's what residents expect as the very basics. And you've failed to do that for 16 years. So we're all with you. And now you're in a point where you don't have control of the council. Then yes, I suspect with the exception of some colleagues in the chamber, we absolutely want to see more money and we want to see a clear plan to tackle this backlog. Our amendment does exactly that, and that's why I support it. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Hinchcliffe.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Councillor Lamb, for someone who sounds like they're not complaining, you do a very good impression of somebody that is. Thank you, Lord Mayor. I'll tell you what's changed, Councillor Lamb. Austerity is over. We have a Labour government who's funded this council properly to fix the potholes, so thank you for not complaining. Everyone's getting very excited about the Pothole Pro, but there is more, so I'm going to bore everyone with that for a while, and then we'll talk about that. But it's very exciting stuff and very important stuff. So £1 million has been allocated to trial a range of innovative technologies designed to improve how we tackle potholes across the city. One example is the Pothole Pro, a specialist machine, thank you, I'm not doing crowd participation, Councillor Hazelwood, a specialist machine that combines 3 repair functions into a single operation. By reducing the need for hand tools and cutting labour requirements, it can help deliver repairs more efficiently while reducing disruption for road users. The council has also been trialling thermal road repair technology, which uses infrared heating to carry out road repairs. These repairs can be completed in under 30 minutes and use significantly less new material than traditional methods, helping to reduce waste and vitally carbon emissions, as Councillor Bowden and Councillor Dye alluded to earlier. Alongside this, a high-speed spray injection process is being tested. This method can repair potholes without the need for excavation, providing a cost-effective solution that has also a lower carbon impact than more conventional approaches. And these trials demonstrate how Leeds is not standing still. We're actively looking at new technologies that can improve the quality, speed and sustainability of these repairs. Innovation is not limited to repair techniques alone. The Council is also using data and technology to improve how repairs are identified and prioritised. The Highways team is exploring technologies such as road AI, which has the potential to assess road conditions more quickly and at a significantly lower cost than traditional manual surveys. Tools such as these can help us identify problems earlier, target investment more effectively and make the best use of limited resources. So pothole repair remains a key priority for this administration, and I look forward to seeing it coming to Bramley and Stanley and the rest of the city. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Yes, for Councillor Cahill to sum up, please.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I'll be reasonably brief. It's hot. It's been a long meeting. I understand from some members that they've got things they want to get to. I'm like you, Lord Mayor, I'm not particularly fussed. But when looking at the written amendments on this, I'm not entirely sure why we've got amendments in the first place. The majority are actually rewrites of what's already going on in the service and the direction of travel this administration is taking us in, as laid out in the original motion and in the speeches that we've given on this. Using new technologies to speed up repair, we're doing that. Focusing on quality repairs right first time, we're doing that. A pothole blitz, as you've named it, we've doubled the repairs this year. We're doing it. We've got dedicated teams going out as and when needed. But this year, I think, has highlighted what become a long-term issue. I noted, as Councillor Bowden had earlier, that many amendments removed that reference to climate change. Thanks, Colin, for being the only one to keep it in. I won't thank you for then some of the comments that you put after it in your amendment, but that's fine. I'm still in that position where I can blame the last guy, can't I, for what's gone on in the past, and then see how you judge me further on. But we can't just put our head in the sand about those impacts. Officers are seeing the impacts of this day to day in their work, and as set out so well by Councillors Dye, Bowden, Walker and others, changing weather as a result of climate change means weather resilience of all kinds will be upmost in managing and maintaining our network. What the team have done and what's proposed here is exactly right. Put long-term solutions and processes in place that mean we can deal with extremes as they occur, improve how we do repairs, improve how we assess our roads, and improve how we maintain the network as a whole. There's more to do, but we're well on with it. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm now going to call for the amendment in the name of Councillor Buckley. The vote on the amendment in the name of Councillor Buckley.
Recorded vote, please.
Okay. Members have requested a recorded vote in respect to the amendment in the name of Councillor Neil Buckley. Will all members please ensure they're in their allocated seats? Members should refer to the desk unit and press the green button marked yes plus to vote in favour, red button marked no minus to vote against, yellow button for abstain.
So we've got one or two members still to vote. Do you want to vote, or shall we just move to the amendment? Okay, so yeses 32, abstentions 0, no 57. That is lost. Now for the amendment in the name of Councillor... Now I'm going to call for the vote in the amendment of Councillor Campbell.
Fortunately, Mayor, I've managed to get up in front of my colleague there, so Can I take this opportunity to ask for a recorded vote?
Do we have a seconder?
Members have requested a recorded vote in respect to the amendment in the name of Councillor Campbell. Members should refer to their desk unit and press green for yes, red for no, yellow for abstain.
So there's 3 members not voted. Do you want to vote, or shall we just move on? Okay then, so yeses 21, abstentions 10, noes 55. That is lost. Now going to call for the vote on the third amendment in the name of Councillor Dixon.
Members have requested a recorded vote in respect to the amendment in the name of Councillor Dixon. Members should refer to their desk unit and press green for yes, red for no, yellow for abstain.
So, yeses 18, abstentions 14, noes 53. That is lost. So I'm now going to call for the vote on the motion in the name of Councillor Carlow.
Recorded vote, please.
Members have requested a recorded vote in respect to the motion in the name of Councillor Carlisle. Members should refer to their desk unit and press green for yes, red for no, yellow for abstain.
So, yeses 50, abstentions 7, noes 32. That has passed. So that concludes today's business. Thank you all for your wonderful behaviour. I hope it continues throughout the rest of the year. I do want to remind everyone that there was a request for a photo, so if you could all just stay behind just so we can quickly get that, and then you can go off and watch whatever knitting programme it is or whatever you're watching tonight. Thank you all.